Yo, what's up, everybody? Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to the gym. I am joined by Jesse Parker. We're ready to show off
Yes.
some new decks. How you doing, Jesse?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Andrew?
Big chillin', man. Happy Valentine's Day
Yes.
to
Love
everybody
is in
out
the air.
there. Yes, love for, you know, your partner, maybe your mom and dad, and of course,
Pokemon cards.
Pokemon cards.
I do love
Yes,
me some Pokemon cards.
yes.
My one great love.
Yes, of course, of course. But we're thankful that you're spending some of your day with us. We have some new updated decks from our upcoming post-rotation Temporal Forces format. I had JW on yesterday, and we got to play some of the decks that I had built. But Jesse brought some new updated decks to the table. I also went back into the lab with a few of my decks and kind of tweaked and updated some things. So let's start off with just talk to us a little bit about what you've been seeing online, Jesse, and what decks you brought to the table.
Yeah, so I brought back a couple decks that I played last time. I didn't make any changes to the Goldengo deck. So the Goldengo deck is still the same. So you still got the Goldengo with the Palkia. I thought about trying a different, there's some lists that are playing the 2/2 Palkia V-Star and the Canceling Clone to pull off that combo easier because you can like Cryptomaniac for the Prime Catcher and the Canceling Clone. It's just a 2-card combo, and then from there you just need the V-Star. And you can pull off that combo. But I don't know. I don't know how. Like that's one way you could play it. I'm still trying it out with the 1/1 Bibarel. I kind of like the 1/1 Bibarel. It just helps your. I feel like your early turns. You can have like bigger pop offs early game. So I still got the Goldengo. Another deck I still have with me is the Charizard, but I did change up Charizard a little bit. So I'm playing it with the Bibarel engine now. So the 2/2 Bibarel to help. It's just better. If it feels like this might be the way you play it post rotation. It might just be the better way, just for the fact that we lost Celebrations Mew, and Celebrations Mew was a way to like get those like turn 2 like double rare candy plays with Pidgeot. I think there's still a place for Pidgeot, and it might end up being the better way to play it. But I think that this is nice. It just smooths out the deck so well with the TM Evolutions, the Jet Energy, the Buddy Poffins. It just like flows really good. I played some test hands with it, and it was feeling really strong. So we're gonna try that version of Charizard today. I got the Entei in there too. But then the two, I guess another returning deck. A lot of them, my decks I brought back, but I'm just like changing, updated some counts and changed the way they flow. I still have the Raging Bolt deck. Now this is the deck I'm most excited about because I don't know, it just felt like really good, and just in the very early testing I've done with it, it's felt like it's flowed really well. It feels like it has no problem taking big knockouts, and even the single prize decks feel like okay because like a lot of like, for example, the Ancient Box, the guys have 140 HP if they don't have the tool attached. So just 2 energy does 140. So that's like, and you just have a really beefy 2 prize Pokemon, especially with the ancient tool, the ancient booster capsule. But I'm trying some energy switches. I actually think energy switch might be like really good in this deck because late game I was finding that like I'll be running low on Professor Sada's vitality, and with the energy switch you can have a couple of these Sandy Shocks, and that its ability lets you get some extra energy in play. And then you can do like an attachment to a Raging Bolt with a Lightning, and then energy switch the fighting off of it to the Raging Bolt, just so you can have like a way to finish the game off. Because a lot of times you'll have like maybe 1 extra energy in play, and you don't really need to play a Sada. You just need a way to get 2 energy on a Raging Bolt. So I think the energy switches could be really good. And maybe I've just been running hot with the deck. Maybe it'll truly be Raging Bulk today, but we'll see. And then the final deck is a new deck, I guess. New for the tabletop. It is an oldie, though. I mean, Arceus. Everybody knows Arceus. Arceus V-Star paired with its best friend, Giratina V-Star. No longer a Judge Path deck. Still a Judge deck, though. There's no Path in format anymore. No Path to the Peak. But Judge is stronger than ever, I think, for sure. Like, limiting your opponent to 4 cards is just really good. Having big, bulky 2-prize Pokemon is also pretty good. Also, the fact that the Maximum Belt, I have the proxy here, the real one's in the other deck. But Maximum Belt lets Giratina V-Star do 330 damage with lost impact. So you have lost impact with a Maximum Belt to one-shot Charizard, but you also have the Iron Leaves EX in here, and you've seen from the Future Box deck. The Iron Leaves has that ability to let you bring all the grass energy to it and then take a big one-hit KO on Charizard. So you have 2 different ways to one-shot Charizard, and then versus the single prize decks, you're just these big bulky 2-prize Pokemon, and you're judging them constantly. So you have both of those things. There's some interesting cards in here. You got the Turo in case you start the Iron Leaves and need a way to pick it up. I think that's mostly the reason why it's in the deck. And then you got a one of Gardenias is kind of sick to get some extra energy in play if you really need the extra grass energy to one-shot a Charizard. But yeah, it's for other than that, it's like pretty much the Arctina deck that you already know. But yeah, it seems like it might be one of the more consistent decks with just having like a nice consistent deck that's judging your opponent might just be, really good. Post rotation, it seems like it's doing pretty well in Japan. So we're going to get to show that off today. So yeah, that's what I got with me today.
We also have a huge, I think, a Champions League happening this
Yes,
weekend
yes.
in Japan. Like
Yep.
3,000 player post-rotation
Oh yeah.
Temporal Forces event. So.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting for sure. We're going to really get to see what decks end up prevailing, what decks, and we can definitely take from that and use that maybe for some future tabletop for sure, because it's going to be interesting to see how that all shapes out. I'm going to be definitely trying to watch as much of that as I can for sure. So that's going to be exciting.
Huge event. There's a lot at stake there, and players have been going to their local shop tournaments and trying out the new strategies. They'll finally get to put them to the test in front of a big audience this weekend. So we're all definitely looking forward to that. And as far as my new decks go, I updated a few things. I'm trying a little bit of a different approach with the Future Box deck. I've got Iron Bundle in here now, and I think that this is actually going to be a card that we start to see more of post-rotation, especially without Escape Rope in the format.
Well, there was a lot of situations when I played against you where I think one person in chat was saying like, oh man, Iron Bundle would be really good here just to like push up a little guy to take a KO with Miraidon.
Exactly.
I think that could be good.
Exactly. And then instead of the trekking shoes, I've just got Radiant Greninja now and a Super Rod, so I can use concealed cards. It also helps to get energy into the discard pile. With the Super Rod, I'm only playing 2 copies of Iron Leaves instead of 3. I've got the Miraidon EX in here now, which is just another option for hitting big numbers. I've got a Town Store and a 3-3 split on the tools, so now 2 Stadium Counters, Vacuum, and a Town Store. And then the 3 Future Booster Energy Capsules and the 3 EXP shares. Oh, and I've got one of these in here now, too, the Heavy Baton thing. I'm just trying out some funky ideas. We're just trying different things. We're seeing seeing what sticks exactly, and just really into this deck. I think it's a lot of fun to play, but I do think it's kind of like an anti-meta deck in that you can hit a bunch of different things for weakness, and you have to figure out what are the best Pokemon to bring to the table for any given scenario. It's a little bit hard to say when the meta is so loosely defined right now, but maybe once you have in mind what particular type of deck you're trying to counter, it'll get a little bit easier to craft this deck.
I like the Super Rod too because it'll let you like reuse potentially the Iron Moth against like Goldengo, stuff like that.
Lugia deck. I think the first matchup I want to play is Raging Bolt versus Lugia. Right. Because that should be a good matchup to kind of show off Raging Bolt's strengths. If you can just annihilate a couple of Lugia VSTAR, you should be in the clear to win. However, the Chinchino can also one-hit KO the Raging Bolts. So you kind of have this cat and mouse game there, which should be kind of interesting to play through. So I think that's going to be a matchup we show off. And then I was very disappointed in the performance of my Great Tusk Mill deck yesterday with JW. I played 2 games. I had pretty much dead drew both of them. I wasn't able to get my Tusks out into play. And I updated the list. It's got Crushing Hammers in it now, which I think you need to put a little bit of pressure on your opponent to make sure that they don't just kind of like softly load up one attacker and then just chill. So Crushing Hammers not only can remove energy from your opponent's attacker, but can remove energy from your opponent's bench Pokemon if they're trying to get out of maybe you sticking them with a counter catcher or something like that. I also have just extra search outs. I've got 2 Hisui and Heavy Ball instead of 1 now, and I've got an Ultra Ball added in the deck. Also, because you only play 5 Pokemon, you just need to find them, right? Sure. So if you don't find them, you're losing. So I got 4 Nest Ball, 4 Artisan, and then an Ultra Ball and 2 Hisui and Heavy Ball. That's just like a lot of basic search. You should not have any trouble finding your guys with all of that search in there. So that's how we've updated the Tusk deck. I took out like a couple of, there was like 2 trekking shoes Like, what are they really doing?
Just make them ball cards.
Exactly, just make them search cards. And then the original list that I was looking at had a Pidgeot V and a 4 Sealstone, which are like unsearchable in the stack. The 4 Sealstone is, so it's like, what's the point? I think
Yeah, it seems kind of weird.
A couple of Crushing Hammers really help smooth that deck out. So let's get cracking. I want to play Lugia VSTAR. You play your Raging Bolt.
Okay.
And let's see if Raging Bolt can get some good old-fashioned content wins, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
We're going to try.
Yes. If you win this best of 3 with the Raging Bolt deck and it operates smoothly, we could do a feature video on the Raging Bolt.
That's a lot of pressure, man.
There you go.
Oh, boy.
But if you lose, then it's going to be a feature video on Lugia, maybe.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I honestly have no idea how this match is going to go. I mean, I would think that Lugia is just one of those powerful decks that, like, if it just has a smooth setup, you kind of can just beat anything. Because, you know, I mean, you're accelerating 4 special energy into play every turn. So that seems really good. And you have single prize Pokemon. And I don't really have that. So, like, you have that going for you, but I think I have my deck just is a lot more low to the ground. So,
you want to play Master Ball in the Lugia deck? I'll put Master Ball.
The Master Ball, I think that could be the optimal card.
I'll put Master Ball in. Yeah, I have one.
Oh, heck yeah.
Right,
can you play the old one?
I don't know.
You know, the old Master Ball?
Yeah, I don't know if you can. I suspect that you probably can.
Like, I don't see why not. It's the same card.
Dude, the Master Ball?
Oh, yeah.
You're right, YRG. I've seen some top lists from Japan playing Master Ball.
Why wouldn't you play more cards to get your Arceus like in the discard pile? That seems like
here
we
go. Right now I've got the cape in. It's like whatever, dude. I mean, I don't really.
Yeah.
The ace spec does just kind of feel whatever in the Lugia deck. So
I mean, I feel like with Burnett gone, you kind of just need as many different ways to get your Pokemon as possible. So I think the Master Ball could be really good.
Heck yeah, dude.
It's like a 5th Arceus.
Heck yeah, bro. Master Ball. Oh, this is sick. I'm so amped
Evolution Incense on an ace spec.
It's Evolution Incense.
Yeah, we can get basic too, I guess.
Heck yeah, you can get Luminion, bro.
You get anything you want.
You can get anything you want. It's broken. Dang, the disrespect on Master Ball is crazy. Okay.
You're going to have that one game on Lugia. You're going to have like 1 in every 10 games where you have that cape in your hand and you're going to like wish it wasn't out to like a Luminion or an Archeops. And you're going to be like, dang, Master Ball. That's just the best option. I hear some people. Do you have the I hear some people talking about how you can play like the Cryptomaniac with the Pokestop?
Yeah.
To like force, I don't know. That seems like a lot.
That's doing too much. I mean, because the Pokestop, if this was a deck that like naturally wanted to play Pokestop, then maybe. But it's not.
Because like you're gonna have to play all these Pokestops just so you can get that one combo off. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd rather play I like the idea of the Jacques. I think that's fine.
Oh, you're playing Jacques?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right, because you could Luminion for Jacques, and then if you have Ultra Ball in your hand, or you can Luminion for Jacques and then read the Wind.
That's fair.
It's like that's kind of the wave now. Yeah. So
it's funny that Lugia's always got to play these like really like supporters that no other deck would ever play, but you just have to play it because you need ways to get Pokemon.
I did have 2 Great Balls in here originally, but I swapped those out for the 2 Nest Balls. I think just getting your Lugias down turn 1, getting your Minchinos down turn 1 is so good.
There's 4 Aroma in there, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. The 4 Aroma, and then it's like, and then you have the couple extra. You got the 4 Ultra Ball, the 4 Aroma, and then
I mean, there's definitely been Lugia lists in the past that played Great Ball, so
it's not
that bad. There was a huge big argument. I think like for a while my deck had Pokeball in it, just 2 Pokeball, because like I did the math, right? I did the math with Great Ball versus Pokeball, and it found out that it was like almost negligible. Like it was very much like the same odds, but that like Pokeball like had like a 1% more chance of it being better because like. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to flip a coin, you might as well, I don't know. I mean, Pokeball is really good when you flip heads.
Master Ball, dude.
Yeah.
God, I hope I get to pop off with the Master Ball play. Pokeball is cooler. It's also a bigger flex.
Oh, yeah. You can play the Heart Gold, Soul Silver ones. Those are dope.
These are the things that we think about.
Yeah, it's Messagoza an item, exactly.
It's Messagoza, right? And the deck was playing Messagoza for a while.
Like, it's not bad.
It's not crazy.
I don't think it's that bad. I think the math was like Pokeball was a better card early game than Great Ball, but Great Ball was better later. I don't know. It like
Yeah.
depending on like how many Pokemon were left in the deck, or yeah, I don't know. It was a weird calculation.
I'm feeling so confident with this with this Master Ball in the deck, bro.
You're opening that thing for sure. It's gonna feel so sick. Like the one ace spec that you probably want to open.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like I feel like all the other ace specs you don't really want to open them.
You want them in maybe the mid to late
Yeah, you don't
game.
want to like research away your prime catcher.
I don't even know what stadiums I have in here.
Who plays stadiums anymore, man?
That's what stadiums are washed.
You got the collapsed.
I've got collapsed, right? Because you can heal a damaged.
I'm surprised you
Lugia.
wouldn't play Messagoza. I guess like
I might have one. No, I just literally play the one collapsed. Yeah.
I guess you might as well just play other ball cards instead.
Well, that's the thing is yeah.
Because you don't need a way to bump paths. So that was the
don't.
argument behind Messagoza before. And it gives it to your opponent, which isn't great. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how like I mean, before Path to the Peak, Chaotic Swell made stadiums irrelevant, and now the Path to the Peak's gone, stadiums are irrelevant again, but in a good way.
Right, they're fine. They're just fine. They're just not like totally necessary.
I do hope they reprint something like that in the future, though.
I'm thinking like a shrine, like
a shrine. I was thinking like maybe like I don't know who said this. I think it was someone in the Discord, but they were like maybe do like what's the last area in Scarlet Violet? Area 0, where like any Pokemon that isn't an Nature or Future ability is turned off or something. I don't know.
I would like like a stadium that does 10 damage to all rule box Pokemon between turns, or to all EX Pokemon between turns. Sure. Yeah.
But I want ability lock back too, though. I want both. Yeah. Can we have both?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'll call heads. Got the jumbo dice. That's gonna do some damage.
Oh yes, it is. All right, heads or tails?
I'll call heads.
It is heads.
Yeah. I'll go. Let's see. You're playing Lugia. I'll go first.
Okay.
Silent Lab would be cool reprint.
Silent Lab would. They don't print strong cards like that anymore, though. Maybe they will, though.
I don't know. I feel like Path to the Peak was stronger than Silent Lab.
Right? I guess so. Yeah, Path to the Peak was kind of crazy. Thinking back on it.
Like all rule box, whereas like Power Plant was like only the EX and GX or whatever. Or just reprint Garbodor. That'd be fine too.
Oh, yeah. Garb, dude.
Reprint Garb and Field Blower in the same set.
I was thinking that maybe Field Blower has to come back. Or Tool Scrapper.
Could be, yeah. That might not be a bad idea. I have Pokemon, so that's cool. Yeah, I think I'll start this guy.
Cool. I'll take my mulligan.
All right, good luck.
Good luck.
I will draw for turn. Pretty good opening hand here. Got some ancient cards. The Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, the Earthen Vessel to go get some energy, and my Radiant Greninja. So I'll start by benching Radiant Greninja.
Bench Radiant Greninja again. My camera's being wonky.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Is it good now?
You're good.
Okay. I'll start by benching Radiant Greninja. Then I got to think what to discard with my Earthen Vessel. I think Luminion's good to keep. Pokestop's good to keep. I think I'll just discard the other Earthen Vessel. That seems fine. So, and again, yeah. I'll play Earthen Vessel to discard a card and search my deck for 2 basic energy. I cut down to 3 Raging Bolt. So, okay, they're all here, so that's good. Got the Sandy Shocks, got the Koraidon in there. Got most of our good stuff. We got Squawk, our Ace Spec, Mew. It's looking good. Just see how many lightning, because there's only 3 lightning in the deck, so. Okay, cool. And then, yeah, that's good. Off Earthen Vessel, I'll get Fighting and Lightning Energy. And I'll use concealed cards to discard energy from my hand and draw 2. Okay. Yeah. Definitely think I want to play this Ultra Ball to go. It's hard now because like I don't want to discard my Prime Catcher, but I might have to. I'll start with a Pokestop. I'll use Pokestop to discard 3 cards from the top of my deck and put any items into my hand that I find. Energy switch. Attach Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to Roaring Moon EX.
That is not a Roaring Moon.
Oh my goodness. Hopefully that's the last time that happens. Attach Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to Raging Bolt EX. Definitely going to attach an energy to him as well. I think it might be worth it, honestly, to just let this hand rip, to be fair. Because I don't know if I value the Prime Catcher that much. I kind of just want to draw more cards. So, yeah. I'm going to Ultra Ball away, Energy Switch, and Ultra Ball. I think I'm just going to go get another Raging Bolt. No, I'm going to get a Squawkabilly. Yeah. Get Squawkabilly off Ultra Ball. I do have the Luminion to guarantee it next turn, but I'd rather be playing Sada to 2 Raging Bolt than just the 1. It feels kind of weak. So unfortunately, Prime Catcher has to be gone. And I'll use Squawk and Seize to discard my hand and draw 6 cards. Okay. Play Trekking Shoes, look at the top card of my deck, and then I can either put it in my hand or discard it and draw another one. I think I'll keep it because I really do want another Raging Bolt EX. And I'll go ahead and bench that. And it seems like a good turn 1 for me. I will pass to you.
Draw. Got a pretty solid opening hand. In true Lugia fashion, it gets a lot better if I flip a tails on this Capturing Aroma. So that's going to be the first thing that we see. Heads or tails on Capturing Aroma? Play Capturing Aroma. It's a heads. So I get to search my deck for an evolution Pokemon and put it into my hand. I've already got Lugia VSTARs in hand. I was thinking if I flip a tails, I would just go get Because tails I could have gone and got Luminion for Jacques, and then Ultra Ball away. The 2 Archeops I get with Jacques to go get Lugia V. That was like a potential play that I could have done. With Capturing Aroma, I'll get Archeops, which goes into my hand. And then I'm thinking, since it looks like I'm not going to Ultra Ball for Luminion now. The supporter I'm going to play is this Morty's Conviction, so I'm going to shuffle up and play the Morty's Conviction. And I get to discard the Archeops, which is pretty cool.
So it's like discard a card from your hand and draw equal to your opponent's bench, right?
That's right.
Cool.
So I'll get to draw 3. Play Morty's Conviction. I get to discard this Archeops from my hand. Here we go. I'll play Morty's Conviction, discard the Archeops from my hand, and I draw a card for each of Jesse's bench Pokemon, so that's a draw of 3. Finding Nest Ball here was super clutch, as it's going to allow me to go grab Lugia V. Play Nest Ball. And it's weird. I really want Lugia. I suspect that Jesse won't be able to gust this next turn. I could get Minchino. Whoa. I could get. I'm having a Jimmy Neutron brain
But
blast.
Minchino's got
right
a
now.
busted attack, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
I could get, because I've got free retreat with Mew EX, I can go Minchino, and then I can call for family to go get a Lugia. Yo, that's kind of sick. Okay. I'm thinking that that's probably my play. With Nest Ball, I'll get Minchino, which goes straight to my bench.
Never has anyone been more excited for a call for family in their life.
Yeah, Minchino kind of crazy with it. And then put gift energy on Minchino. God, I kind of want to Pokestop. Pokestopping's a terrible idea, right? Yeah,
I feel like you don't need to.
No, you don't need to. All right. Ultra Ball, discard Lugia VSTAR, and Collapse Stadium. With Ultra Ball, I'll grab Lugia V and put it onto my bench. Then attach Gift Energy to Minchino and retreat my Mew EX into Minchino. I'll call for family. Dang. Call for family, kind of a crazy way to kick off the game in a Lugia deck.
And the gift energy, too.
I know, with the gift on the Minchino. So if you knock it out, I get to draw cards. It's pretty cool. I'm liking it. I do want to see, I've got 2 Chinchino in the deck, which is good. Yes, 2 Chinchino. So with Call for Family, I'll get. Do I want just 2 Minchino? I don't really want to go up with Lugia V-Star. And you're not going to gust this thing and knock it out. Ain't no way. All right. With Call for Family, I'll grab a pair of Minchino. Which go, ooh. You'll knock one out. You're knocking something out.
Eventually, I have to.
With Call for Family, I'll grab a pair of Minchino. No. I'll grab 1. With Call for Family, I'll get just 1 Minchino to save some bench space, just in case Jesse decides not to knock out my active.
Well, I'm taking a knockout. Raging Bolt is hungry.
Yeah, but I don't know. It feels so bad to
Limit yourself like that. Give your no.
It just,
I could see that.
Yeah, I just don't want to do it. Right? Like, what if you don't? I don't know. Find the energy. I don't know. Okay.
Draw. Start by using concealed cards. Draw a couple cards. Okay. Use Professor Sada's Vitality to attach 2 energy to 2 of my ancient Pokemon and draw 3 cards. Play Trekking Shoes. I will take it. Shoes again. I don't think I really need this Earthen Vessel. I think my energy situation's pretty good, so I'll discard it and draw another. Sandy Shocks is exactly what I wanted. Get one of those down. And I'll attach a Lightning Energy onto my bench Raging Bolt. So remind me how much damage the Cinccino does. What is it, 70 times each energy?
energy card, yes.
Each energy card. Okay. I don't not feel like doing the math on that. I'm just gonna assume that you probably can one-shot me. Do I want to bench this other Raging Bolt? I think so. Seems fine. Bench another Raging Bolt EX. I don't see a reason to use Pokestop. I will. What is that attack called? I have it saved in my phone.
Let's figure it out.
I got it right here. Somewhere. Here it is. Got it.
Cool.
I got it. We're good. I'll use Climactic Descent for 70 damage for the knockout.
Okay. Minccino goes down. Jesse takes a prize. And with Gift Energy, I get to draw 3 cards off the top of my deck to start the turn. And there's that Master Ball.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. Promote Mew EX and draw. Master Ball is actually going to come in really clutch. I can't believe it, but it's really going to work. Evolve Lugia V into Lugia VSTAR. Play my A-Spec Master Ball. Master Ball allows me to search my deck for any Pokemon I want. Any Pokemon. Wow. And in the Lugia V-Star deck, that's really all you want, is to just go get the right Pokemon for the right time. So with Master Ball, I'll get Arceus. Play Ultra Ball, discard Archeops, and double Turbo Energy. With Ultra Ball, I'm getting Cinccino. Evolve my Minccino into Cinccino. Now it's time to Summoning Star. Gosh, you know how long it's been since I've Summoning Starred?
Feels like it's been ages.
Summoning Star to bring 2 Archeops from my discard pile onto the bench. I'll use Primal Turbo number 1. Primal Turbo allows me to search my deck for 2 special energy and attach them to my Pokemon in play. With Primal Turbo number 1, I'll get With Primal Turbo number 1, I'll get V-Guard Energy and Mist Energy. Attach those to my Cinccino. Let's see. Cinccino's attack does 70 damage, so I need what? 5?
So you need a
4, 5.
Wait, for each energy card.
Yeah.
So yeah, you need 5. So double turbo doesn't add any extra damage. Oh wait, yes it does.
Double turbo just counts as a special energy.
Yeah.
But I can do it though, because 5 times 7 is 35. So I can use a double turbo.
So it doesn't matter whether you use double turbo or just a normal energy.
Doesn't matter, no.
Yeah.
Okay. The reason I opted to get rid of the double turbo is because 220 here, like, I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
That's what I was thinking, I guess. Okay. Use Primal Turbo number 2. With Primal Turbo number 2, I'll get V-Guard and Double Turbo Energy. And then I'll attach Gift Energy from hand to my Cinccino.
Ah.
Wow.
Yeah, because double turbo is only doing plus 50. Okay, that makes sense. It's weird because like Weird Deer was different.
Yeah.
I think because like double turbo was like counted as extra damage.
All right, so this is 7 times 5 minus 20.
Yes.
So we'll be doing
Because double
330.
turbo is just one energy card, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'll play Iono.
Well, all right.
Really hoping that I can find another Minccino off of this Iono to 6.
I get 5.
Play Capturing Aroma. Heads, unfortunately. Really wanted a Tails to get Cinccino, but that's okay. I'll take Lugia VSTAR. I guess. This feels so silly.
Here comes Minccino.
Retreat into my gigantic Cinccino. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Move him back.
Yes. I'll retreat into my gigantic Cinccino and use Special Roll, which does 70 damage times the amount of special energy cards I have attached to Cinccino. That is 350 minus 20, 330, and the knockout.
Seems pretty good.
I'll take my 2 prizes.
Yeah, I really need to deal with this guy. Ideally, I'd like to use my single prize Koraidon, but I don't know if I'll be able to do that. I will promote Raging Bolt EX. Draw for turn. Okay, got the Pal Pad. I did have a Sada in that hand you Iono'd, so I think I will do that to shuffle one back and reorder my deck. So let's see. I want to do that. Okay, yeah. I kind of want to Pokestop first though, because I would like an extra card. Because I need something else to discard with this Ultra Ball. I'm gonna start with a Pokestop. I was hoping I didn't mill that. That's okay though. It would have been hard to get into anyways. I'll use Pal Pad to put Sada back into my deck.
I can't believe that Master Ball might be correct in this deck.
Why not? I'll play Trekking Shoes. Discard that and draw another. Pokegear 3.0. Look at the top 7 cards of my deck and put any supporter into my hand. There is the Sada. If I can get a Super Rod off this Sada, that'd be cool. Because I would like to be able to use the Koraidon at some point to put you on odd prizes. So I'll play Sada's Vitality to attach a Lightning to Raging Bolt and a Fighting to Sandy Shocks and draw 3. I'll then use Magnetic Absorption. No, I won't. Just kidding. I didn't use Concealed Cards yet. I use Concealed Cards to discard a Fighting and draw 2. I'll use Magnetic Absorption to attach a fighting energy card to my bench Sandy Shock since you're on 4 or less prizes. Energy switch off the Sandy Shocks to Raging Bolt. Bench another Sandy Shocks. I'll just play this Hisuian Heavy Ball to take the Sandy Shocks and switch it with my Hisuian Heavy Ball. Ooh. So there's no other fighting energy in my discard pile, so I can't use the other Sandy Shocks, but that's okay. I'll use Climactic Descent. Yes. Yep. Okay. Such a weird attack name. I'll use Climactic Descent to discard a fighting energy from Raging Bolt and a fighting energy from Sandy Shocks for the knockout.
140 damage. Chinchino goes down. And I'll promote Mew EX. Draw? Huh. It's tough. I really wish I could have found a Minchino last turn. My board state would be much stronger if I had.
It's the problem with stage 1 as your main attacker.
It is, right? Because I can't just
it's hard to stream guys.
Yes, it is tough. So I'm going to rely a little bit on this Pokestop. Hopefully it buffs out. Use Primal Turbo. I do have boss's orders in hand, so I can just boss up the Squawkabilly and stay on my 2/2/2 grind. So I think that's what I'm trying to do, and then I just have to find an out to a basic off of this Pokestop. Let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's tough. If I discard too many energy, I could also be in trouble. I'll get, well, yeah, I'll probably be okay. I don't have to.
Just get all your energy out of your deck first.
I'm okay. Do I have gift still? I do have gift still. All right, I think I'm okay. I just have to gift into the final gust, and then we're chilling. Okay. Yeah, we're big chilling. Oh, that is tough. Because if I put double turbo on my Lugia, then it cannot respond to Sandy Shocks for game.
I was trying to think if Mew EX copying would do anything good, but I actually think all these attacks are terrible to copy.
You're correct.
I was thinking even this, but it's not weak to Psychic, it's weak to Grass. So
you are correct. Yes. Okay. Let's think. Yeah, and your Sandy Shocks are pumping more energy.
Oh, yeah. These are my energy pumpers right here.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, it's a hard.
I'll Primal Turbo for 2 double turbo energy. Attach them to Lugia VSTAR. I have a couple ways I can do this. Because I know you can gust, knock out whatever you want this next turn, so you don't have to proc a gift energy if you don't want to.
True, if I find boss, which is a high chance I do.
So I have to give myself the best chance of being able to find boss for game myself.
Yeah.
Bench Lugia. And bench another Lugia. And Primal Turbo again.
Dang, that deck plays Serena. That's crazy.
Primal Turbo for a single gift energy to my bench Lugia V. Boss's Orders Squawkabilly. Retreat into Lugia VSTAR. And Tempest Dive for the knockout. I will not discard the stadium.
Okay. I think my plan here is to Iono and take a knockout if I can find my one Iono. And I think it is still in deck. Yes, it is. Okay. I'll promote Raging Bolt EX, draw for turn. There it is right there. I had 2 Pokegear to try to find it too, but I'll start by using Magnetic Absorption to put a Fighting Energy on Sandy Shocks and also one on this Sandy Shocks. Then I'll Energy Switch onto the Raging Bolt on the bench. And attach for turn to the active Raging Bolt EX. Ultra Ball, Pokestop, and Hisuian Heavy Ball. Fail, yeah, fail that. I think I'll leave the bench spot open because I could Super Rod for Luminion to try to find boss next turn. I will play Iono. Both players shuffle their hand, put the bottom of their deck, draw equal to their prizes. So I draw 4, Andrew draws 2. That's a lot of fighting energy. Oh, there go your hand. Here, I'll wait to draw.
Okay.
I draw 4, Andrew draws 2. I actually want to put the boss that was in my hand back into my deck, so I'm going to play Nest Ball and fail it. And then I'll use Concealed Cards to discard a card from my hand and energy and draw 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I just need 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I'll use Climactic Descent to discard 4 energy. And hit for 280 to take the knockout on your Lugia VSTAR.
Lugia goes down. Promote Mew EX. And draw. This is not great. Not great, not great. I do have a Minccino. I could try to force Jesse to have boss for game to take the final 2 prizes. So let's see if we can do it. Bench Minccino, Primal Turbo. I don't think it's actually possible for me to do it off of this Mew. Especially if I bench this. All right, let me rewind.
Okay.
All right. I've got a really tough decision to make because I've got this Minccino. I've got Boss's Orders in deck. I don't have Lugia V-Star established. It's kind of tough. I think first I have to Primal Turbo. And just get this energy onto Lugia.
How much damage does the little guy do? The little rat.
It does 10.
If it did 20, that would actually be relevant.
And then I'll Primal Turbo one more time.
Even if you had enough energy to like poke with an Archeops, that'd be good.
I think if I find both Ultra Ball and Capturing Aroma off of this, I can win off the Pokestop.
That'd be
kind of poggers.
That'd be crazy.
I only have like 5 energy left in deck. There's no punch with Archeops. I'm going for balls per game.
Okay, that's what I figured. I was like, if you had the energy, then you definitely just punch with Archeops. But
yeah. And now we see if Pokestop provides. Play Pokestop. It does not provide.
No.
Which is okay. Means I have to try and stall for time. Bench Minccino. Play Professor's Research. Evolve both of these into Lugia VSTARs. Retreat Mew EX into Minccino. And I should have never benched this Minccino, actually. But it's fine. Pass to you.
Okay. I will play Nest Ball. There's 2 Boss and 2 Pokegear in the deck, so I hope I can find it. I will bench Sandy Shocks EX. In that case, is it correct for me to Pokestop first before I Radiant Greninja? Huh. No, I don't think so. I think I Greninja first. Because I could always Pokestop after. Use Concealed Cards to discard an energy and draw 2.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you're done. I'll play Pokegear to take a boss's orders out of my deck and shuffle. I'll attach for turn. I'll use 3 magnetic absorptions. Boop, boop, boop. Then I will play boss's orders on your Lugia V-Star.
No, on
and
the
I will
Lugia.
do Climactic Descent for 420 damage, baby.
Dang it.
Woo.
That was a close one.
That was close.
GG's.
Yeah, good game.
GG's.
Yeah.
That was sick, dude.
Raging Bolt getting in there.
It was, definitely. That was a lot of fun to see.
Lugia set up pretty good, too.
Yeah, you were able
we
to
both
get
firing.
some huge attacks very consistently. I mean, and that's kind of the selling point.
What this deck does, yeah.
Yeah, of Raging Bolt, definitely.
And then the Prime Catcher, I didn't get to use it that game, but you could see, like, if I still had Prime Catcher in deck, like, that would have been another just way to, like, I could Sada and then Prime Catcher. I think that makes, like, playing a 4 Sada deck, like, not feel as bad because you still have a way to Gust after, accelerating energy, which is the annoying thing with decks like this, like Roaring Moon. A lot of times you have to play a draw supporter or a Sada to set up your Pokemon, then you can't Gust. So the fact that you can do both of them now is really cool. And just the Sandy Shocks and the Energy Switch take a lot of pressure off your Sada, so you don't need to use Sada every turn. So
I like that a lot. Yeah, that definitely flowed smoothly. On my side, I was definitely sad that I couldn't get the second, or the third, I should say, that I couldn't get the third Minccino out. Maybe I should just call for family for that third Minccino early on, but like filling the bench to 4 feels so bad because your opponent could just kind of mess with you, and I didn't want to leave that door open.
Nothing feels worse than doing that. Then your opponent like slams down a collapsed stadium, and you're like, "Oh, okay,
you just lose, right?
I'll just wait until you take a knockout." Like I'm not a 1 Archeops gamer.
Right. Yeah. See, so like
it's hard.
Right. So you can't really play into that. But the Iono there at the end was super clutch. Able to get me out of the out of the boss's orders for game. So
Yeah.
I think going into game 2, I'm gonna choose to go first. Yeah, going into game 2, I'm gonna choose to go first.
Lugia's a go first deck for sure.
I'm gonna just try and get a powerful board, a turn 2 attack. That's the dream. Let's see if we can do it.
Is there like at least one like Snorlax in there?
Nope.
That's interesting. I feel like that's such a strong attacker in a colorless Lugia deck.
Yeah.
You would think like people would be playing one.
Well, some do and some don't.
I haven't really
so
looked.
low on energy.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Minccino definitely eats a lot of energy. Having a single prize Pokemon that can do 350 damage definitely comes at a price.
Yes, it does. Right. It's just hard to kind of.
Dang, no Raging Volt Believers? What the heck? That's crazy.
I think the reason I'm not playing Snorlax is because I'm not playing therapeutic energy.
Oh, okay. That's fair. You definitely would need at least one of those in the deck.
Right. I have some Jets. More relying on the mist energy, kind of teching for
Roaring Moon
and Giratina. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm not as worried about attacking with Snorlax.
Well, you want to show off the Cinccino anyway, so.
Exactly.
Yeah. Most annoying thing about this deck is that you can't do 220 easily. Like it goes from 210 to 280. I've even seen some Raging Bolt lists playing like Vitality Van. I'm like, what?
10.
That can't be correct.
Right.
Like, how are you ever finding that when you need to? I guess if you played like Town Store or something. Okay.
I'll go first.
Yep.
Guess it's possible for you to do 210 turn 1.
Yeah, you do 210 turn 1. Yeah.
I guess.
I mean, I can do. Yeah, I mean, another way I can sometimes attack with the. No, I wouldn't be able to do that. You can't use the Sandy Shocks until you go down to 4. I think my best early game attacker would just be a Koraidon. Bleh. These have been pretty good hands too.
Two Mollies. Let's go.
Lugia takes those all day. Oh yeah, I'm playing one Koraidon. Yeah, you need to have a way to swing the prize exchange, and Koraidon's just a beefy single prize attacker. He caps out at 120 in this deck because you only ever have 4 ancient Pokemon in play, but just doing 120 is nice. I've been having trouble getting into him though because you play 2 switch cards, so sometimes it's hard just to like get into your Koraidon.
Yeah.
Hey, there he is.
I'll take my 2 mulligan.
Good luck.
Good luck. Draw. I've got a solid mulligan assisted opening hand with Arceus, Ultra Ball, some energy, a lot of energy. This deck always has energy in the hand.
Oh yeah.
Yes, always some tough calls to make. I do have to worry about a turn 1 attack from Jesse. So that's something I want to think about. And I do have to get a Lugia V into play. So I think I'm going to just do that. Ultra Ball, discard Archeops and Collapse Stadium. I think I'll use Jet Energy to just get my Lugia V into the active spot. That kind of seems like the move. That way, Jesse's not really threatening a turn 1 knockout. I'll check my Minchinos and my Chinchinos. There's Chinchino there. And there's some there, but what about my Minchinos? Did I prize all of my Minchino? I have prized 2.
Oh, no.
That's bad. Yes, I've only got this one. That's fine. I will protect it at all costs. Okay. Unfortunately, I've prized 2 Minchino, but it's fine. I've got 1. I can work with that. I'll Ultra Ball for Lugia V. Put it onto my bench. Jet Energy to bring Lugia V to the active spot. And I'll pass to you.
You can Prime Catcher when I don't have a bench, right? Like I can play Prime Catcher without myself having a bench.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah. It's the same as Guzma. Okay. Draw for turn. Start with a Nest Ball. Really hoping Radiant Greninja is not prized. He is vital to this deck's success. There he is. Great. Also want to check the Raging Bolts. Got all the Raging Bolts. Got all the Sandy Shocks. Luminion. Got all our Sadas. Cool. Prize 1 Lightning. All right, off Nest Ball, I will get Radiant Greninja. Looking for... Sorry, hold on. I literally just talked about it and I didn't do it. I'm going to put this back on top of my deck and start my turn again. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll draw for turn. And I think I'm going to try to take the KO on that Minchino. So I'm going to start by playing Prime Catcher to bring up your Minchino. And then I'll play Nest Ball to go search my deck for Radiant Greninja. And yeah, got the Luminion, got most of our guys that we want in here. So I will go ahead and grab the Radiant Greninja off the Nest Ball. Currently do not have a Sada in my hand, so that's what I'm going to be looking for off this Greninja and my trekking shoes. Ultra Ball would get me there too. I could go grab Luminion. Concealed cards, discard energy and draw 2. Trekking shoes. There's the Ultra Ball. I think I do just take it. Yeah, I'll take Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball away. Energy Switch in Hisui and Heavy Ball to search for Luminion. I'll then bench it and use Luminous Sign. Search my deck for a supporter. Take Professor Sada's Vitality. Kind of an ugly way to do it, but it does do it. So I just need a basic energy off this Sada.
Be a shame if you missed.
Don't you put that evil on me. I also got my Earthen Vessels, so there's that too. Play Professor Sada to attach a Lightning to Koraidon and draw 3. Hey. Bench Raging Bolt EX. Bench Sandy Shocks EX. Attach a Fighting to Koraidon. Can't remember if Mew EX is in the deck or not. I think I'll just chill. I'll use Primeval Beating, which does 30 damage for each ancient Pokemon on my board, so it does 90 damage for the knockout.
Boo! Minchino, no.
Goodbye.
Draw? Okay. It's a little bit tough, but I do have, I mean, I don't want to go one Archeops Gaming. One Archeops Gaming is not great, but maybe I can just kind of keep Jesse from doing anything substantial and get away with it. Evolve Lugia into Lugia VSTAR, and I'll bench Lumineon, use Luminous Sign. And I need something. I'm thinking Professor Research is just kind of what I have to do. I've got energy in hand, but it doesn't really matter because I don't even have other Minchinos to use, so, like, who cares? I'll Luminous Sign for Professor's Research. Attach double turbo energy to Lugia V-Star. Bench Lugia V. I got to shuffle up. And play Professor's Research to discard my hand and draw 7.
Ugh. Got all the Archeops a guy could ask for. The way to pitch them.
Yes, this is just the way it goes, isn't it?
The true Lugia experience.
The true Lugia experience. I'm chilling, bro. I'm going all in.
All right. Do you have one in discard pile yet?
Yup.
Oh, okay, cool.
Summoning Star for Archeops and Minchino.
I've been outplayed.
Let's go, dude. Let's go.
You're not allowed to do
that. Primal Turbo for Gift Energy.
Just when I thought there was no Minchino, he revived it.
Play Capturing Aroma. Tails. I can get another basic. I've got a Lugia already set up. There's not really anything else that I want on my bench. I'll fail it. Tempest die for the knockouts.
Okay. I'll promote Raging Bolt EX, draw for turn. Gonna Ultra Ball away, Iono and Energy Switch. Yes, Mew EX is prized. Definitely should not have Ultra Balled away that Iono. I thought Mew EX was in here for sure. Oops.
Do you have, like, no playable cards in your hand?
That is correct, sir.
All right, then, yeah, take the Ultra Ball.
All right.
All right.
I feel like kind of like a doofus, too, because
You had the Suin Heavy
I had
Ball,
the
too.
Suing Heavy Ball, so, but I also wanted to keep the Energy Switch in hand, but yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, just restart your turn.
Yeah. What did I top deck? Switch card. Okay, I'll promote Raging Bolt EX and draw for turn. Ultra Ball away, energy. Yeah. Okay. Ultra Ball away 2 energy switch. For a Raging Bolt EX. Do I switch cards into Gradient Greninja? I think I'm fine with you just smacking this, or if you have to expend a lot of resources to knock it out, that's fine. Play Iono. We'll shuffle our hand to the bottom of our deck and draw equal to our prizes. We each get 5. Earthen Vessel, discarding Fighting Energy for a Fighting and a Lightning. Concealed cards, draw 2. Attach Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Attach Basic Lightning. Bench Sandy Shocks. Okay, cool. And I'll use Bursting Roar to discard my hand and draw 6 cards. Here we go.
That's pretty cool. Draw. Okay. Kicking things off, the boss's orders. Bringing up that Luminion. Oh, yeah.
That's what I get for being so aggressive.
Evolve Lugia into Lugia VSTAR. Attach double turbo energy to Minccino. Primal Turbo. This is interesting. By Primal Turbo to the Minccino. I mean, that is a little bit of like a... like I'm projecting at this point. I can't power it up in one turn. I know I can't. If Jesse bosses up my Minccino and knocks it out, it's a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, I didn't Vessel for energy there because I already have 4 energy in the discard pile. I don't think I want to put any more energy in the discard pile. That's kind of why I didn't do it.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I think I don't want... I want to always have an energy to attach from hand, so 4 energy is plenty.
I'm going to go for it.
Heck yeah.
Primal Turbo for a V-Guard and Gift Energy. Attach those to Minccino. Oh boy. Ultra Ball. Well, play Capturing Aroma. Tails. Grab Mew EX and put it onto my bench. Put Messagoza into play and restart for 2. Messagoza?
Maybe we should go to a smaller size. What do you think, Andrew?
No.
No. This dice is going to be the reason why all my cards have dings on them.
That's so true. Capturing Aroma for Archeops. All right, maybe a smaller die.
This one's still big, but it's not quite as big.
Yeah, but this one's a statement, though.
That's true. That's fair. You roll whatever dice you want.
Capturing Aroma for Archeops. Ultra Ball, Nest Ball, and Archeops. To get Chinchino, and I'll evolve my Minchino into Chinchino. Tempest Dive, discard Messagoza, and I'll take my 2 prize cards.
Okay, I'll promote Raging Bolt EX, draw for turn. Actually, would kind of like to boss your Cinchino here, if I can. So I'm going to try to go for that. Is there anything I want to Nest Ball for? Let's think. Not really. I think I want to save the bench spot in case I find Super Rod. Then I could Ultra Ball for Luminian for boss. Do I want a Vessel here? Probably. So I can Vessel discarding Switch Cart. Yeah. I'll play Earthen Vessel, discarding Switch Cart. Yeah, this is why. I only have 1 energy left in deck, so I definitely did not want to get rid of more energy. So yeah, we will take that fighting energy. There's not a crazy amount of energy in this deck. There's only 10, which is like enough. 7 fighting, 3 lightning. Because you're always getting them back into play with Sandy Shock, so it feels like just enough. Concealed cards. Okay, there's Pokegear. Play Pokegear. I will take the boss's orders.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Target the rats.
No.
Or
Bad.
or the mice, or whatever they are.
Bad, bad, bad.
I'm calling it a rat. All my energy switch are gone, so that's kind of unfortunate, but it's all good. I'll use 2 magnetic absorptions. Boop, boop. Attach for turn to Raging Bolt EX. I think I'll use another magnetic absorption. Boop. Oh yeah. That's a powerful Pokemon right there. I'll play Boss's Orders on your Cinchino. And then I'll use Climactic Descent for 140 damage for the knockout.
My poor rats. Jesse goes to 4 prizes, takes out my 1-hit KO potential. I'll promote Mew and draw.
Oh, what'd you do? Uh-oh.
I forgot about gift energy.
Oh, you don't want to forget about that.
Yes, with gift energy, I get to draw 4 cards. I'll promote Mew. Draw. That is most unfortunate. That is tough. That is tough. Okay. So what are we going to do? I have to force an odd prize. I can still do that. Which is fine. I would just have to make it so Jesse doesn't have Gust for game. And that's okay. This list only has 1 Luminian, so I can't Gust or anything. All right. I would have liked to Gust Greninja and then try to one-hit KO this for game, but that's not...
Right.
It's not... I didn't get the Gust off the gift. So let's go here. Play Ultra Ball. I'll discard Lugia V and Arceus.
Well, that's an interesting play. I don't know if you had it available, but discarding like the double turbo off and then jetting it back up and then KOing one of these.
I don't have boss.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Never mind. That is kind of a cool,
It is a neat play.
neat little
yeah.
maneuver there.
Yeah. No, I don't have the boss.
No.
Or the Gust. So it's my energy counting deck. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I think I have to attack with Archeops onto this Roaring Moon. But then will I have enough energy to be able to, like, last me the rest of the game? Hope you don't have boss again. I'll Ultra Ball for Archeops. Or I allow you to just destroy this Lugia VSTAR and then try to force you to not have game. Bench Minchino. Attach. Attach double turbo energy to Lugia VSTAR. Play Master Ball. So what am I doing here? If I'm giving up my only Archeops,
Doesn't feel great.
Doesn't feel great, but it's fine. It's kind of fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I'll fail the Master Ball. And then Primal Turbo for Gift Energy and Double Turbo Energy. If I'm doing 100 damage plus 200.
That's enough.
Thank God.
Unless I switch cart.
Unless you switch card. Oh, God.
There's currently not one in my hand, but there could be.
Oh, God.
I do still have one in deck. I think I might have two, actually.
Sheesh.
No, just one.
Okay. And I'll play Professor's Research. Capturing Aroma. Tails. Fail it. Retreat into Archeops and Speedwing for 100 damage.
Okay. Draw for turn. I'll use Pokegear. For Professor Sada. Guess I'll Ultra Ball away Raging Bolt and Nest Ball. Okay, there's a boss in deck. And my Super Rod. Okay, I'll take Squawkabilly EX. So what's the risk reward versus trying to dig for with concealed cards here? It's my last basic energy. But if I find boss, I think that's like basically GG. So I think I will discard. I'll use concealed cards. Okay. Play. Let's see if I Sada here and here. And then retreat. Boom. Yeah, cool. I'll play Professor Sada's Vitality. Attach a Lightning and a Fighting to Sandy Shock CX and draw 3. I think I'm going to manually retreat this unless I find a switch card. Trekking Shoes. Discard and draw another one. Trekking Shoes. Take. Trekking Shoes. I think I have to take that. Retreat.
You want to send your shocks?
Oh yeah, baby. Let's make him big. Play Super Rod. Okay, I think I just want to put 2 in the discard pile. I'll Super Rod back Luminion and 2 energy. I'll use Magnetic Absorption here, and then 1 on this Sandy Shocks, and then I don't think I'll use the other one. Don't see a reason to. I'll just keep it like that. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. I think I'd rather keep my discard pile. Yeah. And then I'll use Earthen Spike for 170 damage for the knockout.
With resistance, Arceus goes down. I've got no more energy acceleration. That is sad. I get to draw 1 card off of my gift energy, which was an energy, so that's very good for me. Promote Mew and draw. Now, this is what we have to try and do. Evolve Minchino into Chinchino. Boss's orders your Raging Bolt with the 100 damage on it. Attach V-Guard energy to Lugia VSTAR. Retreat into Lugia VSTAR and Tempest Dive for the knockouts.
Okay, so I have to KO you now. So I'll promote Raging Bolt, draw for turn. play Nest Ball. Shuffle. Ah, jeez. Might have shuffled in the wrong energy there. I don't know, because I have to decide what the SATA. I think I'm going to bench MewEX. I don't need Boss anymore. So Ultra Ball away Boss and Squawkabilly. Just fail it. Might have not even needed the minion, to be honest, but I thought it'd be good to have in the deck. Play Pokestop, and then restart for 2. Okay, cool. So I didn't want to SATA first, because I need to know what energy I can attach from hand. I'll Professor SATA, a fighting, just 1 energy, a fighting onto Raging Bolt. Oh, phew, and draw 3. Attach for turn. Play Palpad. Put back Iono and Professor SATA. And then I'll Climactic Descent for 280 damage for the knockout.
Lugia goes down. I can't draw off a gift because I have 7 cards in hand. Promote MewEX and draw. And I've got exactly what I need. Mist Energy, Final Boss's Orders on Radiant Greninja, and Tempest Dive for game.
All right. You got me.
Woo-wee. Just barely. Oh, man. With the 1 Archeops.
Yeah. 1 Archeops sometimes enough, you know?
It is. Especially while by powering up, you know, the Minccino, you had that boss turn. But it's like, okay, the Cinccino is a big threat. I've already got energy in play. So it was a tough call there.
Yeah, I missed that attack there on turn 2. Because I, went in with the quick knockout on your Minccino. And I don't know, I still feel like that was fine, but it's hard because like taking a single prize KO seems fine against that deck because you're gonna want to attack with a Cinccino at some point. So taking an odd prize seems fine because I'm gonna have to KO a Cinccino. So that play felt good. I just sometimes you just don't have you just can't chain SATAs every time. Yeah,
and it was it put me in a really compromising position because then I had to decide, okay, like Jesse's already taking a knockout on turn 1. Am I going to take off another turn to try and get 2 Archeops, or am I going to try and go 1 Archeops?
You definitely just go. Yeah, you just definitely, especially when I feel like it's kind of hard for me to Gus KO that. And every turn I can't Gus KO it. You can just keep building more energy.
What I was kind of thinking is, what kind of helped me arrive at the decision is that you were already down your prime catcher. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, the odds of Jesse being able to gust up my Archeops and just blast it are pretty low.
Well, that, and you need 3 energy to KO it because that's got 150 HP. So I don't think it's actually possible for me to get there without the Sandy Shocks activated.
Exactly. So, that was a close one. It was a fun, gritty game. We got down to
that situation at the end there is why I like the energy switches because there it's nice to have an energy switch because you need to be able. It makes it so you don't have to play a SATA. You can play that boss. I could play that boss to target something. But, yeah, I'm going to choose to go first in this next game.
Okay.
And I think going second's fine, too, because Lugia going first can just have some real potato starts. So, but I think I even think there was argument for Lugia to choose to go second, when it was popular, just because it was so important just to have a strong turn 1.
Yeah.
But, I am going to choose to go first, and then hopefully I can just mow down your Lugia. Hopefully you just have a slower setup, kind of like you did that game. And I don't miss a beat. That's what I gotta hope for.
I'm thinking this is gonna be the 3 Cinccino game.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. Just like a single Lugia. It's all Cinccinos all the time.
The dream.
Yeah, let's do it.
There's no shot.
Ah. This Lugia deck is fun. I'll say, like,
Yeah.
I'm having fun playing it. It's kind of
I think I don't know if I like going in with Koraidon. I think it might be it might be better to go in with Koraidon as after my first Raging Bolt goes down, because it stinks that when you take that knockout, I can't start using my Sandy Shocks.
yeah.
So I almost think that maybe your first attacker should always be the Raging
You want to
Bolt.
sack 2 first. Yep.
Yeah, just sack 2 and then try to give him the single prize.
Exactly, that makes sense.
All right. I always start with this Prime Catcher in my hand. That's the face of a Lugia player, yeah.
So you're going.
Yeah, I'm going first.
All right. No mulligans?
No.
No free cards?
No, none
Sure?
this time. Yeah. Flip
Good
that
luck.
card over, buddy. Good luck. Draw for turn. I am going first. I have a serviceable hand. I think I will Earthen Vessel first and then play this Trekking Shoes. So Earthen Vessel, discarding Fighting for a Lightning and a Fighting. Luminions in deck. A couple Sandy Shocks. Greninja. Definitely going to want that. Mew is in the deck. Squawk's in the deck. Okay. My prizes are being nice to me this series, thankfully. Before I say that, let me see how many Sadas in my deck. We have at least 3, so that's good. So off Earthen Vessel, I'll get a Fighting and a Lightning. Just double checking. Okay, Koraidon is prized. Good to know. I think I will play Trekking Shoes first. Yeah. Before I Nest Ball. I think that seems fine. Because I just kind of want to find Pokemon right now. I would be more than happy to just squawk this hand away, but I don't know. Maybe I'm putting too much value on the Prime Catcher. I might end up just squawking. Play Trekking Shoes. It is a Pal Pad. And I have a Pokestop in hand. So I could take the Pal Pad, then let Pokestop rip. Do I want to give you Pokestop, though, is the question. Because Pal Pad is a great card to have in hand. It makes you not as afraid to use your Pokestop. I think I'll just discard it and draw another card. Yeah. Energy Switch. Okay. Play Nest Ball. For Radiant Greninja. Concealed cards. Bench Sandy Shocks EX. Do I want a Pokestop?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I will. I'm gonna Vessel, discarding Energy Switch. And just get 1 Fighting out of the deck. Actually. I'll Vessel and get 2 Fighting out of the deck. No, sorry. That's bad. I'll Vessel and get 1 Fighting out of the deck. 1 is good, because then if I find a way to squawk, I'm just going to let her rip, and I don't want to take that many energy out of my deck. You need energy in deck to Radiant Greninja and to attach, so you don't want to just send them all to the discard pile. And then I'll use Pokestop and discard some supporters. Okay, I'll take it. That's fine. Play Suing Heavy Ball. and take a Koraidon. I think it's a good idea to bench this, so I'll play it on my bench. And then attach a fighting energy to Koraidon. And then pass to you.
Draw. Ooh, baby. Yeah, this hand is looking just as ugly as they come.
Gosh.
I mean, just absolutely horrendous.
Hey, you got the Pokestop.
I do have the Pokestop. Just
You were like praying I
I
played that
know,
down.
and it's crazy because the Pokestop really does a lot.
I didn't even look at your hand, so I had no idea. Just an Ultra Ball.
An
You're
Ultra
in
Ball
there,
does
bro.
a lot. If I get an Ultra Ball, we're in there. Hit the stop. Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
Bad. All right.
I mean, you get to play.
I do get to play. I found a nest ball. Play nest ball. Huh. It's like I need to read the wind, but all right, I think I have to go.
I mean, you can read the win, right?
Yeah, but then you knock out my guy, and then I'm like, I just kind of lose, right?
That's fair.
So I think I'm gonna nest ball for a Minchino,
Call for family kind of sets
and then
up your
call
board
for
a little bit.
family
Yeah.
is like
It's not bad.
the play. Yeah.
And then next turn you top deck an Ultra Ball.
That's right. With nest ball, I'll get Minchino.
Gift would be nice here.
Yeah, I would. Attach double turbo energy to Minchino and retreats. I'll use call for family. Call for family is going to allow me to get... Did you discard your prime catcher or no?
No.
Okay. Call for family. I'll grab 2 Lugia V, which goes straight to my bench.
Okay, draw for turn. Another vessel. Goodness, finding all my vessels. Ooh. I will concealed cards. Ultra Ball for Luminion. Oh yeah, this is a powerful turn. I'll Ultra Ball away Boss and Earthen Vessel. For Luminion V and use Luminous Sign for Sada.
Oh, yeah, this is the prime catcher finally
Oh,
coming in
yeah.
clutch. Yep.
Well,
You don't have a pivot, though. You can retreat your Koraidon. No, you need those energy.
hold on. Thinking if I should... No, it's fine. This is okay. It's all good. I think I should, instead of discarding the Earthen Vessel, I should discard the Raging Bolt in my hand. But then again, I kind of want
No,
another
you want the Raging Bolt, bro. So you could bench it and then...
Yeah,
prime catcher.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll go
you're
back.
tripping, bro.
Yeah. I'm good. Yeah, we're good.
Take your Luminion, take your thing. Yep. All right,
Okay.
good. Yep. Play ball.
The original play was... Yeah, that's what I had in my head, and then I was like, wait.
No, yeah, you want to do that.
Yeah, no, that'd be bad. We're chilling. Okay. Bench Raging Bolt EX and use Professor Sada's Vitality to attach a Lightning and a Fighting Energy here and draw 3. I really want a Pokestop. There's no way. It's fine. I will Prime Catcher one of those Lugia V. I don't want a Pokestop because there's nothing that I can get off that will help me. All my Earthen Vessel are gone, so I will use Celestial Roar to discard my hand and draw 6 cards.
Whew. Feel like I kind of got away with one there.
Yeah.
Draw. Play Capturing Aroma. Tails. But my Luminion is gone. No.
Oh, it's prized?
No, I just discarded it off the...
Oh, no. I only play one? Oh.
No, my Luminion. No. It's fine. I don't have the bench space for Luminion anyway.
This would be a great Serena hand, too. Just play that Serena.
You're right. That's unfortunate. It's fine.
Dang, that's just unlucky.
Fail it.
Read the wind.
It's definitely a read the wind angle.
Read the wind time, baby.
But maybe I Pokestop into an Ultra Ball. So we're going to...
Yeah. I more gave this to you, less for me.
Actually, I'm not going to fail the Capturing Aroma. Off cap. Let's see, I don't know what a Lugia is. Yeah. Off Capturing Aroma, I'll get Minchino. Pokestop.
Hey, discard an Archeops.
I did discard one Archeops. Unfortunately. Bench Minchino. Jet Energy.
Didn't just want to attach to the active.
No, I wanted to switch them around. Read the wind, baby. It's your go.
Draw for turn. Okay. I will use concealed cards. Hey, there's Sada. I'll play Professor Sada's Vitality to attach a fighting to both of my bolts. Draw 3. Attach Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to Raging Bolt EX. Attach for turn onto this Raging Bolt EX. And dang, 4 energy? That's annoying. I'll use okay. I'll use Climactic Descent to do 280 damage for the knockout.
Lugia goes down. Jesse takes 2 prizes. And I'll promote Mew. Draw. And it looks as if I'm finally finally in here. Okay, let's see what we can do. Evolve both my Minccino into beautiful Cinccino and play Jacques.
Yo, the Jacques.
The Jacques. The Jacques. See, as far as Pokemon in my deck goes, there ain't a lot of them. With Jacques, I'll get Arceus and Lugia VSTAR.
Well, yeah, you started all your Pokemon in your hand.
Yeah. Ultra Ball, discard 2 Archeops. And fail it. Evolve Lugia into Lugia V-Star. And use Summoning Star. Get 2 Archeops from my discard pile straight to the bench. Primal Turbo. I need to do 300 damage. I'm running out of resources for sure this game.
Are you supposed to be able to attack with like 2 Mincinos in a game?
Oh no, man. I'm just out here vibing, all right? Yeah. I'll Primal Turbo for a gift and a jet. On to Cinccino, and then I'll Primal Turbo again. I've already got 1 double turbo. I'll get V-Guard and Jets.
Is that 330 damage?
Yeah.
I see. So that's Charizard numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Makes sense.
Haven't attached for turn yet.
Tough choice.
Attach Mist Energy to Lugia V-Star. I got rid of my collapsed already, didn't I? No. Oh, yeah, this is sick. Okay. Attach Mist Energy from hands to my benched Cinccino. Play Master Ball. My Ace Spec. And fail it.
It's hard to show off the ace specs because they're just one-ofs, so they're not like even their Prime Catcher was like I moved my guy and I used Celestial Roar. Like
Master Ball is clutch sometimes. There's
is.
a lot of search in this deck, so
after you get set up, it's not good anymore.
yeah. Then I'll restart for 2. Retreats into my glorious Cinccino.
Nice.
And special roll for 330 damage in the knockout. Take 2 prizes.
Holy. Okay.
Cinccino does 70 damage times the amount of energy cards, not energy. So double turbo only counts as 50 because of the -20.
Right. So it's actually weaker than a basic energy.
Yeah.
In that sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think I just have to attack with Koraidon here. Let's up and promote him and draw. Glad to see the Super Rod because this is my last Raging Bolt, so I'd like to put another one back in the deck. I'll Super Rod back a Fighting, a Raging Bolt, and a Mew EX. back into the deck. I'm going to go back. Going to Nest Ball for... Actually, don't know if I ever want to get Mew EX out, to be honest. Actually, I'm not going to Nest Ball. So yeah, I'll shuffle off that Super Rod. That's the problem with having the minion on the bench, is that it's like now I have to really decide, do I want to put another Sandy Shocks or do I want to get another Raging Bolt out? Let's see, boom, boom. Yeah, so I actually think I will Nest Ball, sorry, and grab a Raging Bolt. And then play Professor Sada's Vitality to attach a Lightning to Raging Bolt and a Fighting to Koraidon and draw 3. Hello, Mew. Use Concealed Cards to draw 2. Attach for turn to the Raging Bolt on the bench. Use Magnetic Absorption. And I'll Primeval Beating for 120 damage for the knockout.
Chinchino goes down. Jesse takes a prize. And I get to draw 2 off of Gift Energy. Promote Mew EX. Draw for turn. How many cards are in your hand?
Enough.
Quite a few, I see.
12.
12, huh? Yes. It's not great. Okay. Here is where Snorlax would be good.
Yeah, he's kind of like a low maintenance dude, you know?
Yes. Let's see what I can do. Capturing Aroma. Heads. I was really hoping I could find Boss's Orders. There are 3 in my deck.
Ugh. That's why I checked.
Serena.
I checked your discard file to see how many boss you had in there, just because I was like, that's definitely what you want to do this turn.
It is definitely what I want to do this turn. I'll fail at Capturing Aroma. I've got Ultra Ball in hand. It's possible for me to thin my hand down to 1 so I can Mew for 1, which is not 0. So that's fine. Iono here doesn't feel like it does a lot. It could get you out of... So I'll keep Iono just in case. But I'm going to go for the... See if I can't find a boss. Ultra Ball, discard, research, and Mist Energy. And there's nothing here. I've got energies in deck. That's fine. So I'm going to Primal Turbo first. Fail the Ultra Ball. Bench Lugia V. Primal Turbo. Now this Primal Turbo, we want probably Gift Energy and Double Turbo Energy. I pretty much only have Double Turbos left in deck, so this Lugia V-Star is going to have a Double Turbo on it. It's just the way it is. Okay. Yep. Primal Turbo, Double Turbo Energy, and Gift Energy to Lugia V-Star. Primal Turbo again. And put 2 Double Turbo Energies onto my Chinchino. Got it if you'd like.
No.
And then I'm trolling. Let's see. I could Pokestop first, which I think, but then I'm
Definitely discarding some boss off of that for sure.
it's either that. I think I could find Ultra Ball.
How important is
I
it to
think
find the
it's-
boss's turn?
Pretty much the entire game.
Well,
Hinges
then I
on it.
think you might as well go for
Yeah,
it. Then, right?
Pokestop. Okay.
Could be worse.
Capturing Aroma. Tails. Fail it. There are 3 boss and a Serena in here.
You know what help in this situation?
What's that?
Prime catcher.
Oh, you're so right. It's fine.
But I mean, hindsight, you know.
Jet Energy to Lugia V-Star. Restart for 1.
Drat.
Iono.
My hand was
Fine.
freaking humongous anyway.
I mean, it
so.
was huge, yeah. Capturing Aroma. Fail it. And Tempest Dive for knockout. I'll bump your stop.
Okay. Promote Raging Bolt EX. Draw for turn. I will Trekking Shoes. Discard and draw another. Play Nest Ball. At this point, a Mew. So Mew EX is really nice here, but also another Sandy Shocks is good too. So let's see. Boom. Energy Switch. Maybe I should have Pokegeared before I Nest Balled. That is actually a really hard choice. Like, I don't need Sandy Shocks right now. So let's see. If I don't get it and I don't find energy, I do 280. I actually don't think I need it. I'm just going to get Mew EX. I didn't want to get out Mew EX before because I needed the extra damage for ancient Pokemon to KO Cinccino. Otherwise, I would only been doing... I only would have been doing 90 damage, which is not enough. He's got 110. And also, I didn't want to give you the option to just go boss. But now that you're on 3 prizes, it doesn't really matter. And then I really just need to find the Sada here, so. Play Pokegear. I don't need Sada. I missed it. I don't need it, but it would be nice to have. I think there's still 1 in the prizes, so there's only 1 left in deck. So. Not too surprised I missed it there, but now I'm sure I'm going to find it off this restart, which would be kind of funny. I will energy switch off Sandy Shocks to the active, and then restart for 2. I'm not even going to Greninja because I just want to attach an energy. I value that higher. Then again, I actually do... No, it's fine. I'm going to attach for turn onto this Raging Bolt, and then I'm going to play Iono. I draw 3, you draw 3. I'll then use a Magnetic Absorption. And then I'll use Climactic Descent for 280 damage for the knockouts.
Okay. Lugia goes down, and I draw 4 cards. Off of the Gift Energy, promote Mew, and draw. I think at this point, not sure that there's anything that I can do. Primal Turbo. I do have an Iono in the deck. Primal Turbo, 1 energy onto my Chinchino, but there's no way I can thin this godforsaken hand down to draw and try and find my Iono. Just needed to find it. Well, evolve Lugia into Lugia VSTAR.
Yeah.
Attach Gift Energy. Ultra Ball, discard Chinchino, and Collapse Stadium.
1 out of 5 chance.
Fail it. I do have a 1 in 5 shot. Finding my Iono.
Tap.
Put Messagosa into play. Restart for 1. Dang it. Nest Ball. Fail. Boss's orders your Raging Bolt with the energy on it. Retreats. And special roll for 310 damage in the knockouts.
Okay. I'll promote Mew EX and draw for turn. Play a Hisuian Heavy Ball. Put that prize back. I'll use Messagosa. Heads. Search for a Pokemon. There are no Pokemon. I just need an E-Switch or one of my basic energies, and we are in there. Whoa, keep dropping my cards. I'll bench Sandy Shocks EX. Attach Ancient Booster Capsule to Raging Bolt EX. Play Switch Cart. Play another Switch Cart. Restart for 2. I will then play Professor Sada's Vitality. Put a Fighting Energy here and a Lightning Energy here and draw 3. I'll attach for turn and use 2 Magnetic Absorptions for fun. I'll retreat. And I'll use Climactic Descent for 350 damage for the knockouts.
Oh, man. Chinchino.
Those are some bad beats for the Lugia deck for sure. But
that was fun.
Yeah, it was,
good.
yeah. I mean, Lugia's going to have those like hands in a best of 3. You know, you're going to have that
sure.
one game where you just like, you yeah.
It was cool. It was 2 decks that are capable of some really big one-hit knockouts, slugging back and forth. I mean, some really, really high damage output from the Raging Bolt,
Hey, watch it.
from the Raging Bolt, and also from the Chinchino, though. So that's pretty exciting. The fact that Chinchino can actually ramp up to 330. It's enough to knock out Charizard. It's enough to knock out an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, Raging Bolt, an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, Roaring Moon. I mean, just the biggest threats in the format.
And it's a single prizer.
Exactly. So if you ignore it, then it's coming right back in for another huge knockout.
It's like Shining Arcana Gardevoir. You're just like, yeah, you have to KO this guy for sure.
You do. That was my first couple of games with this deck, and I felt like I learned a lot about it. I definitely am not going to underestimate Lugia with Chinchino.
Yeah.
Seems like a super valid deck, and I have to say, the Raging Bolt deck seemed pretty neat.
Yeah, Raging Bolt. I'm actually kind of a big fan of this. I didn't think I'd like it so much, but it just flows really well. I kind of like the way it kind of just feels like it feels like Roaring Moon, but instead of just, I mean, you just have a bulkier attacker. Like you have a 300 HP Pokemon with the tool. Even without the tool, 240 is like so much for a basic. So like I was playing 3 tool and I cut to 2, and yeah, he's just a big guy that can just take big knockouts. Even against single prize decks, it doesn't feel as bad as Roaring Moon, because he just takes like pretty easy knockouts in single prize. With Roaring Moon, you have to constantly be finding that stadium to be able to do the bonus damage to KO like stuff like Cramorant, and that Cinccino having 110 HP. You need to be discarding a stadium every turn. But this is just like, 2 energy, not too bad. Your Sandy Shocks sync really well with the deck. I really like this build a lot. You just have even just 1 there with an energy switch is enough to, alleviate having to find a Sada every turn. So yeah, the deck is flowing really good. I really like the way this list is built, and yeah, I'm excited to see where it's placed in the meta. I think it'll for sure be up there somewhere. I don't know how good it ends up being, but it feels good so far. Yeah,
definitely, it looks solid. The energy switches were a nice touch. Definitely like the inclusion of those. Jesse and I are going to pick which matchup we want to play next, and then we're going to take a quick break, but we'll let you predict on who's going to win game 1 of our next matchup. Jesse, is there any deck in particular that you're partial towards? You're kind of
well, I definitely wanted to try the Charizard with the Bibarel because I think that's a really strong deck.
Okay.
But I also like I want either that or the Arceus is what I'm feeling. So like maybe we could get like 1 game where I play this and 1 game where I play the Arceus deck. Yeah. Maybe we could try Arceus. I mean, first. I don't know what you want to play that against, but
I am going to force you to play against
Mill.
my
Which of these
Mill deck.
should I play against Mill? They both have Super Rod in them.
The Arceus deck.
The Arceus deck?
Yes,
okay.
yes. The Arceus deck. Yes.
Okay, that sounds good.
That'll be fine.
Yep.
All right. We're going to play. This is my last chance at the Mill deck. I made the Great Tusk Mill deck a lot stronger. It's got hammers in it and stuff. And this will be my last time trying it. If it doesn't work this time, I'm going to put it away, all right? But I think that this deck is really got some potential. So we're going to give it a shot against the Arceus deck, and then if it doesn't work out, I'll switch to a real deck.
Real deck.
All right. Thank you all so much for being here. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com. We'll be right back with this next matchup in just a moment. Thank you for the patience. We are back. Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa. Now we're back.
Thank you for the patience. We are back and ready for some more Pokemon TCG action. Real quick, before we get started, want to give a big thank you to Quentin Carlier, the gifted subs. They are just a few subs away from 100 total gifted subs to the channel. Really appreciate that, Quentin. Thank you, thank you. And thank you to everybody who is subbed and supported the channel so far today. I really appreciate it. So thank you all very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting the shop at Full Grip Games. I can't thank everybody during the streams as I'm doing my best to multitask between everything, but just know that I really appreciate it. So thank you.
It's Arceus time, baby.
Gosh, I just want the Tusk Mill deck to work.
I feel like
so
this
bad.
deck's gonna do good against the mill deck.
It
to
might.
be fair, because like I mean I have Squovet to put cards back into my deck.
Oh, you've got Squovet.
Yeah, it's a Bibarel deck. I got multiple switch cards. I've got like 2, 3 if you count Jet Energy. Well, actually 4, because there's 2 Jet, 2 switch, and
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We're chilling.
But I don't know. I mean, one card that would be extremely annoying for me to deal with is like the Mimikyu, but I don't think that plays it, right? You're just straight milling.
Straight milling.
Yeah. Like, I'm not sure how I would deal with the Mimikyu in like a control deck. Oh, I guess I do have Shred.
Yeah, you got Shred.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're chilling.
This is Arctina with Iron Leaves. It's doing very, very well in Japan right now. So, yeah, that's what I'm playing. I got a lot of messages. People want to see it, so...
It's fine. If the mill deck doesn't work here against this deck, well, I'll grab a different deck.
It's hard though because
And
it's
then
like
I'll
so
try
many
to-
decks play switching cards. You know,
I know.
it's like it's hard to like stick them. Like what made Durant like such a good mill deck? Was it the fact that a lot of people didn't play switching cards and you had Pokemon Catcher?
Yeah, I think I do.
Because like it doesn't feel like any decks ever like. I guess Mill was actually really good when Belelba and Bryson, man. Like that was probably another time when it was really strong, but I don't know. And again, Counter Catcher kind of serves the same purpose as Pokemon Catcher.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, we're going to try this.
Thinking of cutting a heavy ball.
Yeah. Maybe I need like a third counter catcher. Nah, I think we're
Yeah, I would
okay.
think Counter Catcher would be like a 4 of in a deck like that, right?
You would. It's hard to fit
'Cause,
everything.
like, don't you want to stall people?
Yeah, it's hard to fit everything. Well, they'll just play their board smart, you know?
Nah.
You don't think they'll play their board smart?
I think with a deck like that, you're hoping your opponent isn't smart. So you just play to that.
You're so right, Jesse. Yeah. With a deck
Control's
like this,
kind of like that too, honestly. Like
you're
there's
hoping that your opponent's
Control
not.
has like that big buff. Like that's part of the reason what makes Control so strong at like a regional is no one tests against it, so no one knows how to play the matchup.
It's true.
And if you know how to play the matchup, it gets infinitely easier.
Yeah, I think
But I don't know. I
I'm
mean,
going third.
you've been playing it, so you know what to do.
I'm going third counter
All
catcher.
right, yeah, that seems good.
Yeah, yeah.
Now you're gonna prize 2 Tusks. No.
Bro. I'm going third counter
Yeah,
catcher
that
for
seems
sure.
yeah.
I don't need 2 Hisuian heavy balls. Just don't prize your guys. All right. All right, now I've got the gas. I don't care about your Squovit, bro.
I just thought like Skwovet seems like
Oh, yeah, it does. But then, like, if you...
I don't know, but then that's a good thing to trap too. So I don't know.
It is. It is.
I'm not sure how. I think I just have to limit my bench. Just get out an Arceus. Just chill. So much energy in this deck. Actually, it's like 15.
What?
Yeah, I mean most Arceus decks play 14, but this plays extra because you want grass to use Iron Leaves. Yeah, and it plays the Gardenia. It's like you need ways to get energy into play.
Yeah.
Like so you can use the leaves against Charizard.
True, it's true.
You want to be able to use it twice.
That makes sense. To say, Arceus decks didn't used to play that much. He used to play closer to the 10, 11.
Really?
Yeah, he used to play 6 basics and 4 DT. Right?
I always felt. I guess maybe.
Yeah, that was the number, right?
I can't remember, to be fair.
Oh yeah, that was
I
it
can't
was like
remember.
6 basics, maybe 7.
I just remember nowadays they play like 13 to 14.
Oh, yeah, no, back used to be like 6 or 7 was the amount of basics you
I
played.
mean, I think the main reason for that is because Arceus decks want to play the V guards to help against Giratina. So like the 2 V guards are kind of like those, the 12th and 13th energy. Yeah, you had Crobat back then. Maybe that's why.
Heads or tails?
Heads. I will go first.
Sounds good to me.
Get the kiwi strawberry color combination here. I have a basic.
I do not.
Cool. Who's gonna win, strawberry or kiwi?
This deck only plays 5 basic Pokemon, so definitely prone to...
But that you kind of want your opponent to take mulligans, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I can choose to not take them, though.
That's true.
I think I'll take it.
Okay. Good luck.
You too. I'll draw for turn. I'll play Nest Ball. Search my deck for a basic Pokemon and put it on my bench. Iron Leaves could get in there as another way to switch. Definitely going to want the Arceus off this. Let me just see. I have my Super Rod. I have 1 switch, 2 switch. I prized 1 Jet Energy. Okay. And then let me just see if I have my Bibarels in here. Prized 1 Bibarel. Cool. So off Nest Ball, I will get Arceus V. Attach double turbo for turn. Pass to you.
Draw. Nice. Got like way too many energy in my opening hand, but it's all good. I do have Nest Ball and Artisan, so I can at least maybe go get Radiant Greninja and get another Great Tusk as well. Nest Ball. And we really need the Greninja to be in here. Oh, yeah. Well, let's go, baby. And I think I saw all 3 of my other Tusks. You'll love to see that. With Nest Ball, I'll get Radiant Greninja, which goes straight to my bench. I'll put Artisan into play and use it to get a backup Tusk. If I could find a Pokegear or an Ancient Supporter,
Yeah.
that would be ideal. Really need to find one of those so that I can make the most out of my
How much do you,
Ground collapse, I think.
how much do you mill if you don't play one?
1.
Oh,
Not worth it. Yeah, ground collapse.
dang, couldn't have just been 2 plus 2. There's 2 single prize Great Tusk in this set. Whoa.
Grab Tusk. Use conceal cards to discard a fighting and draw 2. Play Crushing Hammer.
Good old Crushing Hammer.
Double Turbo Energy to my Tusk. And Ground Collapse for 1 to the discard.
All right, that's pretty good. I'll draw for turn. I would have laughed. That was another Arceus VSTAR. Guess what? I'm getting the attack this turn
No
because
shot.
of a card called Gardenia's Vigor.
No shot.
I will Ultra Ball. I think it's in the deck. I think. Let me use Artisan first. There it is, right there. Okay, I'm gonna actually might not want to fail it. How much do I care about getting Bibarel out against this deck? I don't think I need it, to be honest. So I'm just gonna fail that.
Fail the Artisan?
Yeah. And then I'll Ultra Ball Arceus V and Giratina VSTAR for an Arceus VSTAR. Yeah. And then I'll use Star Birth ability on Arceus VSTAR to search my deck for any 2 cards and put them in my hand. So I'm going to get Grass Energy and a Gardenia's.
Yeah.
Off. And then attach Jet to move it to the active. Oh, yeah, baby.
I can't believe this. Better than Raihan. I don't have to take a knockout.
Yep, exactly. Finally, we can find a use. I was digging through my supporters the other day, like getting rid of cards that are going to rotate. And I'm like, man, this Gardenia card has not seen any play at all. Seems like it would be a card that would see play at some point.
I was joking with the better than Raihan. Come on.
I'll play Gardenia's Vigor, which says draw 2 cards. If you drew any cards in this way, attach up to 2 Grass Energy from your hand to one of your bench Pokemon. So I draw 2. And then I'll attach these 2 Grass Energies to Arceus VSTAR. And I'll attach Jet Energy, which lets me move my bench Pokemon to the active. And I'll use Trinity Nova for 200 damage. And I'll attach 1 Psychic Energy to Arceus VSTAR.
Ooh, that's bad. That's really bad. Promote Great Tusk and draw. There's a Pokegear. Use Artisan to get another Great Tusk out. Take a prize, Jesse.
Okay.
Conceal cards. Pokegear. Take Seta's Vitality.
Dang, where was that last turn? What the heck?
I know. It's all good. Play Professor Seta's Vitality to attach Fighting Energy from my discard pile to each of my Tusk and draw 3. Fighting to the active. Countercatcher Squovit. And that's fine. Ground Collapse. Discard the top 4 cards of your deck.
All right. Draw for turn. I'll attach just Squovet. And retreat. And then I'll use Trinity Nova for the knockout. And I'll fail the attachment.
All right.
There's maybe is an argument for me attaching one more energy to this, but I don't know. I don't think you have the double hammer and counter catcher. I ain't have it. I think I'd rather just have energy in the deck that so I can retreat my guy.
Draw. Artisan and gets the final Tusk out into play. And there's something that I can try. Conceal cards. Pokegear. Explorer's Guidance. It's fine. Explorer's Guidance.
Oh no.
This is fine. It's fine.
Do you have an energy in hand? I don't think you do, right?
Oh, I don't. It's fine though.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Sure. the mill master over here. He says
It's
fine.
fine. It's fine. It's fine. Ugh. It's fine.
don't have-
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, the cape.
Discard those.
Yo.
Rod. Back in. Two fighting energy and a Tusk, I think. No. Rod back in, a fighting energy, and two Tusk.
Yeah. You already artisaned, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay. Play Palpad back in, Seda, and Explorer's Guidance. Cape. Pass to you.
Okay. I'll attach double turbo to Squovet. And then I'll use Judge. Dang, I didn't find my one of vacuum. Unlucky. I'll Trinity Nova for 200 damage. I think I will put one more on. Yeah, that feels good.
Okay, Tusk lives. But at what cost? Draw. Oh boy.
Dang, I have so many supporters in deck. What the heck?
I know. I know I do.
This is just
Fine.
bad beats.
Concealed cards.
Artisan first.
Wait, no. Hold on. Artisan.
Yeah.
Get a Tusk out. Concealed cards.
Well, that's crazy. You actually could knock out Arceus. With
Oh, yeah.
Tusk.
I know.
Oh, my gosh. Oh.
Crushing Hammer. Tails. Oh, I know.
Oh, man. I didn't even think about that. Maybe I should mention the Arceus.
Earthen Vessel.
Chat leaked.
Fighting Energy to Tusk. Pass to you.
All right. Well, now that I'm thinking about that, I'm going to Ultra Ball away Nest Ball and Bidoof. Is the leaves, I can move any amount of energy to it? Doesn't have to be grass.
Let's see. I think it is any amount of energy, yes. Yes.
So even double turbo?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the ability called? Rapid Vernier.
Rapid Vernier.
And I can
yeah.
move, okay, double turbos to it. Okay, cool.
Yep.
All right. Off Ultra Ball, I will get a Iron Leaves EX.
You know Iron Leaves has a clause that can only attack every other turn, right?
I'll put that back in my deck. I'm going to Ultra Ball for... Yeah. Ultra Ball for an Arceus V. And then how many cards do you have in hand?
4.
I'll play Judge. Only reason I'm doing that is because if I find my vacuum here, that'd be really strong.
It would.
No vacuum. I'll attach for turn to Arceus V, and then a Trinity Nova for the knockout. And I'll fail.
Okay. Tusk goes down. Jesse halfway there. Promote my Tusk with the energy and draw. Artisan. For a Great Tusk. Play Sada's Vitality. And draw 3 cards. Concealed cards. Crushing Hammer.
Dang.
It's fine. And Ground Collapse.
Uh-oh, a switch. All right. Draw for turn. I think I'll use Trinity Nova for the knockout. I will not put energy on my guys.
Promote Tusk. Draw for turn. Professor Sada's Vitality. Attach Fighting from my discard to both my Tusk and draw 3. Play Super Rod.
Dang, where are the double turbos at?
Super Rod for these.
Yeah.
Artisan. Artisan. Nest Ball. Earthen Vessel.
Does that deck play 4 double turbo?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Pokegear. Take Explorer's Guidance. Concealed cards.
Dang.
Killing me. Killing me, bro.
It's unfortunate.
All right, Ground Collapse.
There goes the Super Rod. Drop for turn. Nest Ball. I'll fail it. Capturing Aroma. Heads. Get an Arceus VSTAR. Then I'll use Trinity Nova for 200. Knockout exactly, and I'll put a Psychic on this Arceus.
Promote Tusk and draw. Sada's Vitality. I'll draw 3 cards.
Hey! What is that called?
Too little, too late. I'll use Giant Fangs for 280 damage. Take the knockouts.
Yeah, that's pretty good. If you had that a turn ago, it might have been actually a problem for me. But I will just promote Arceus, draw, and attach Grass Energy, and use Trinity Nova for the knockout.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, okay. You know, it's fine.
That was actually like, so I didn't think about that, like that you could actually knock out Arceus. So that so they can't just go lone Arceus.
No,
like,
they can't.
They need to get another guy.
Yeah.
So like, Yeah, that if you had taken that knockout there, I should have on that, not that, the turn before, I should have just got that energy and attached it to my bench Arceus so I could do 200. Because the fact that I need 3 basic energy to do 200 is actually like, yeah, this is some bad beats on your side.
No, it's all good. Yo, all right. I'm giving you the future box.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't feel like playing the mill deck again. I got to cook it a little bit more. I got to
Yeah.
cook it.
I feel like there's something there, though.
There is something there. There's something there.
If not on tabletop, then, you know, I'm sure you'll figure it out on the great Pokemon trading card game live.
Oh, yeah, the best client ever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that card will work properly.
100%. It's going to be amazing.
So this is Future Box, eh?
Future box? I think so, unless... What would be like a fun matchup to pair Arceus against? I mean...
I think, honestly, anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Future Box is fine.
It's fine. Yep, run it.
You got a fighting attacker in the deck?
I do not.
Is there one? Does the Treads fighting?
There is the Boulder is fighting.
You have the Boulder in there?
No, I don't have the Boulder in here.
The Treads can get there, though, right?
This is a new list. I've got this guy in here now, though.
Oh, okay. He can do 280.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that'd be annoying because I don't know if I have an easy way to KO that other than Giratina VSTAR.
Isn't Future Box terrible? Put your money where your mouth is. Let's predict on it. Yeah.
Isn't it terrible, someone said?
No shot, dude.
Dang. Haters already. The card's not even out yet.
Yeah. I tweaked the Future Box list. It's going to be cracked now. Trust. Oh, it's incredible. Nah, Future Box is goated, dude.
Yeah, I don't think Treads can get up to numbers to one-shot an Arceus, though. It can get up to Iron Hands numbers, but I don't think it can get up to Arceus numbers. Base 60. Well, with three Iron Crown EXs and a Future Capsule, you'd be doing 280. So you could, I guess.
I saw a Future Box list on Twitter that was just Iron Hands and Electric Generators, and it plays like 3 Crown and like
oh snap
and 2 Miraidon.
It's just Turbo Hands.
Turbo Hands, yeah.
That's sick. That sounds like my kind of deck.
Apparently it top 8'd some, local in Japan. Yeah.
I'm excited to see what that people come up with this weekend, though, because I think there's obviously there's so much unexplored stuff, I feel like. So.
I agree.
I mean, for all we know, Incineroar EX could make top 8. Like, I don't think any of us have tested that deck.
No, bro. No, don't give the people hope, bro. Incineroar EX is not going to top 8, bro.
Listen, you're going to look like such a fool. When,
no, it's not,
there's
bro.
A little
There ain't going to be no Incineroars, dude. Don't get their hopes up, dude. You can't get their hopes up.
Why not?
No. No hope, dude. No hope. Incineroar is terrible. It's terrible.
Man, people were ripping on Raging Bolt EX, bro. And then, well, I guess there hasn't been any tournaments, so who knows? The card probably not good, but.
Oh, I kind of want to play this. And then I'm going to give Future Box another spin here eventually, but. Or Ancient Box another spin here.
You got your, any proxies left in there?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm chilling.
My deck's ready to go. All right.
Would you like heads or tails?
Oh, I'll call heads. I'll go first.
Sounds good.
No Pokemans.
Nothing. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I kind of understand why Arceus seems like pretty good right now. Just because, like, with no Battle VIP Pass in format, Arceus just doesn't care about that. I never used Battle VIP Pass, so all Arceus cares about is one Nest Ball and an Energy. And you're in there, so I can understand why it's good. And that tool works so good with the VSTAR. Lets Arceus do 230 to basic EXs, which is really sick. Let's Giratina do 330. Take your mully.
Take my mulligan.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Draw for turn. I have a Nest Ball and I have an Energy, so we got the broken Tina start. I will play Nest Ball. Search my deck for a basic Pokemon. Put it on my bench. It's going to be Arceus. Let's just see if we have... Squovet's in there. Maximum Belt's in there. So we got at least a 1/1 Bibarel in the deck, so that's good. And we got one Tina. It's both Tina VSTAR. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna bench Arceus V. Oops. Here, I'll show it.
Yep.
Off Nest Ball, I will get Arceus V. Attach double turbo to Arceus and pass to you.
Draw. Got a solid opening hand. Techno Radar, Judge, and Squawkabilly. I could go for the turn 1 Judge Squawk. Putting Squawk down is a little bit of a liability against Arceus since it is an easy knockout. I could Arvin and just go get some more dudes into play. That would also be fine, but I think Judge might be cool. Use Techno Radar and discard.
Iron Moth, right?
I guess I don't need the little Moth. Moth could do some.
Really?
Moth can do some damage, dude.
Oh wait, Leaves is weak to Moth.
It is?
I don't know if I'm ever gonna use Leaves against you, but
Probably not. Techno Radar, discard Iron Moth. Let's see what we got going on in the deck. My Reboot Pod is here. It's great. Iron Hands is here. It'd be cool if I had the Bundler. Yes, the Bundler is here. I can push up that Arceus. I like that. So I think off of Techno Radar, I'll get Iron Bundle and Iron Hands. Is that what I want to do? Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah. Yep. Off Techno Radar, I'll get Iron Bundle and Iron Hands EX, which I'll put onto my bench. Attach Grass Energy to Miraidon. Bench Miraidon. Bench Squawkabilly. And Judge.
I had an out to a VSTAR there, so it doesn't feel great to get judged, but I'm sure we'll find a VSTAR off this Judge. I am a Judge deck too, after all.
We get 4 each. Hyper Blower. Bring that Arceus up into the active spots. Techno Radar, discard Iron Leaves. And I'll get a pair of Iron Crown. Bench them. Then I'll use Squawk and Seize to discard my hand and draw 6 cards. Okay. Accelerating Peak for 80 damage. I'll attach a Lightning Energy and a Fire Energy for my hands to Iron Hands EX. I think. I could go Lightning Psychic here. Finish that off with that. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go. I'll attach a Lightning Energy and a Psychic Energy from my deck to my benched Miraidon.
I'll draw for turn. See what I got off that judge. Okay, we got an Aroma to potentially get an Arceus VSTAR. So I'll play Capturing Aroma to flip a coin. If heads, get an evolution. If tails, get a basic. Oh, I gotta flip the orange dice. Ooh, very lucky. I will go get an Arceus VSTAR right away. And then, let me just see. I'm just gonna see. Okay, we got one in the discard pile. Nest Ball. To get a Bidoof, put it on my bench. Cards in hand?
6.
Debating on V-starring for a boss, but
That's why I decided to keep my energy on single prizers.
yeah, because I could have went
Boss
no.
belt or
Well,
something.
yeah, if I had the energy, but I don't have the energy, so I can't do that. Right, it's crazy that you can do that with Arceus now.
Yep.
But I think I'll just like try to set up my board more. I'll play Judge. Limit your hand, and then if I need to, I'll V-Star for another Arceus V, and maybe a Bibrel for next turn, depending on what I draw.
For each.
Okay. I'm going to play this Capturing Armor now, because if I get a heads, that'll influence what I get off my Starbirth. Tails. Okay. So that means a basic. Only got one Bidoof, so I think I'll get a Squovet. Oh, I have another Bidoof in hand. Ha! I'm going to go back. I'm going to use Starbirth because I need an energy card. And then something else. I can get anything I want. I might just get the tool, honestly. Oh no, I definitely want like a Bibarel. I'll get an energy and a Bibarel. Then I'll play Nest Ball. I'll just fail the other Nest Ball. And then I'll bench Arceus, attach for turn, bench Bidoof, and use Trinity Nova for the knockout. And I get to attach 3 energy to my bench, or to my V Pokemon however I like. I'll put 2 on Giratina V and 1 on Arceus V.
Cool.
is.
Miraidon goes down, and Jesse takes the first prize of the game. Promotes Miraidon and draw. Play Nest Ball. And I have to kind of consider my options here. I have only got one Lightning Energy left in the deck. If I want to try and take this knockout with Miraidon, I have to hit it, or I have to hit my Reboot Pod off of this research. I could get Radiant Greninja and try to draw some more cards. I don't hate that. That's probably fine. After the research, give me a little bit more dig. With Nest Ball, I'll get Radiant Greninja, which goes straight to the bench.
What are you trying to find now? Like probably some experience shares, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Lightning Energy, I'm doing, 180?
Oh, it costs 2 lightning and a psychic. Oh, wow.
So then I need a capsule, too. I do need quite a bit, but I can hit it. That, or I'm just going to do 40 again, which is
you don't need a capsule, right? You're doing enough.
I'm doing 160, 200. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm doing enough. So, all right.
Yeah,
it's fine.
pretty easy.
Yep.
Just need to get that energy. Or the Reboot Pod.
Drop EXP shares on my benched Iron Crown. Then play Professor's Research to discard my hand and draw 7 cards. Oh, boy.
Or just none of those things.
Town Store and use it. To get my Heavy Baton. Concealed cards. That's not great.
Ugh.
Attach Heavy Baton here. And Accelerating Peak for 80 damage. Go Lightning and Grass to my benched Iron Hands EX.
That was a rough whiff for you, but I'm going to try to take advantage of that. Draw for turn. I'll evolve to Bibarel. Use Town Store to search for Maximum Belt. You do get to move that energy, but I think I just like getting that hands out of here. So I will play Boss's Orders on Iron Hands. Attach Maximum Belt to Arceus VSTAR. And then use Industrious Incisors to draw up to 5, so 4 cards. Okay. Ultra Ball away Judge and Gardenias. For an Arceus VSTAR. For an Arceus VSTAR. Shuffle. I don't think I'm going to Squovet, so I'm actually going to go back in with my attack. I'll evolve to Giratina VSTAR, and then do Trinity Nova for 230 damage with the Maximum Belt, and accelerate some energy. Psychic and 2 Grass for the knockouts.
Yep. I'll pass the lightning back to Miraidon and a grass back to Radiant Greninja.
Oh, you get to move them however you like on the bench?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. I thought it was just all to one. Your go.
Promote Miraidon and draw. Yeah, this is not a great situation to be in. Let's see. So you've got 160 on you. You've got 120 left. Sure. I'll use Town Store for an EXP share and attach it to my Radiant Greninja. And then Iono. Okay. Because if I do... Yeah, that's fine. Super on. Put Moth. Hands and... Miraidon back into the deck. Nest Ball for Moth. Concealed cards. Sparking Strike for 200 damage and the knockout.
Yep. Okay, I'll promote Arceus VSTAR. Draw for turn. There was a boss at the bottom of the deck, so I'm going to use Town Store just to shuffle it back in. Or just to, yeah, shuffle the boss potentially back to the top of my deck. I'll fail the Town Store. I'll play Super Rod just to put one grass back into the deck. And then shuffle. I'll attach Double Turbo to Bibarel, and then I'll use Nest Dash to shuffle my hand, put it at the bottom of the deck, and draw one card. I'll then use Industrious Incisors to draw 4. Guess I can just power up another Arceus just in case I whiff another boss. I'll bench Arceus V. How many cards in hand?
I've got 7.
Okay. And then I'll play Iono. And then Trinity Nova for the knockout. Two energy on Arceus V.
Pass all my energy back to Greninja. And my Iron Crowns and promote Greninja. And draw. Conceal cards. Wow, it's not great. All right, I'll scoop. Go to game 2.
That's fair.
That was ugly. That was really ugly.
Yeah, that turn 2 whiff was definitely sad.
Yeah.
That was just
Turn
a
2 whiff
bad
really-
variance. I mean, you drew into like all your supporters. Like,
Yeah,
like
it
let's
really just kind of set the tone for the whole game.
Yeah.
And that is the tough thing, is
You
because
can't miss a beat.
you're
Yeah.
trying to play all these different energy for different matchups. So like you do kind of run the risk of not hitting the right energy you need at the right time.
Yeah.
I do think that I can win this matchup, though. I just got to get some big guys
100%.
going quicker.
Yeah.
So I'll choose to go second still.
Okay.
And see what I can do.
Yeah.
Try to get a turn 1 attack and just try to see if I can't get a big guy going. The maximum belt, though, is crazy. Just allowing the Arceus to hit 230, that's pretty nuts.
It is. I mean, it just fits in the deck. I was trying to think when I first saw Arceus doing well in Japan. I was like, why is this deck good? Like, Path is gone. Like, that's a Judge Path deck. But then it's like, oh, Max, it's just a really consistent deck that doesn't care about losing VIP Pass. And 2, it's just, I mean, the maximum belt just fixes all your math for you. Like, it's so strong. Like, and the fact that you can just go get it with the VSTAR power if you're, if you have the luxury of doing that.
Yeah.
I think that's why lists are playing so many switching cards. Like, this has 2 switch, 2 jet energy, and the Turo ways to move it. So, like, you don't have to use your VSTAR power for a switching card. You can go grab that max belt to be able to do. And
it's
then,
nuts.
I mean, then it just stays in play. You put it on a Arceus. People are playing less vacuum. It could just stay there,
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, I think I need to get my big guy going. I do have the Miraidon EX in this deck, so
I think that's kind of want to be the guy that you. I mean,
I prized him this game, so he wasn't really an option this game.
The hands is kind of nice too. I mean, be able to do the 160 with the boosted damage, like, can clean up something they used.
That's kind of why I was looking at the hands, because I was thinking, okay, maybe I can like clean up something with hands, or I can like take multiple prizes on a B-Rail or something. There's options there, but we'll see how game 2 goes. Maybe this Arceus deck is just that deck.
Maybe it's just broken. Yeah, I'm happy to see that there's other ace specs. Like, I think when everybody saw the Prime Catcher, they were like, oh, why wouldn't you just play that in every deck? But I mean, doing extra 50 damage is not to be.
All the ace specs seem like they're really good.
Yeah, I like the direction. There's so many in just one set, and I'm sure we're getting more. You're going second, right?
That's right. No basics.
Same. Reject future. Embrace arc. Embrace arc energy pass.
Future's broken.
This is the true ancient deck right here.
It's just testing. It's early. Arceus been around for years.
It's true that he's spitting.
Yeah. It's early.
You don't have the broken future 60 2 months in advance? What the heck, man?
Yeah, bro.
It's almost like new cards need time to people to figure them out.
Took a long time from Rhydon. A long time.
It took like a solid 6 months.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, no one was thinking about that deck till we rolled up to Yokohama.
It's true.
Guess it did get a top 8 of an IC, but
with crams in it.
With the crams, that's crazy. All right.
Good luck.
You too. Draw for turn. And I do have Arceus Energy Pass ready to go right here. I'll play Nest Ball. I'm just going to check the Bibarel line because having a 2-2 is kind of nice. Oh, yeah. We got the 2-2. And we got the belt. And then I'm just going to see if Gardenia's is in here. I don't think I'll need to use it. It is. Sharon's is in here. Cool. So off Nest Ball, I will get Arceus V. might even go back in with this Ultra Ball. To go get a Bidoof. Yeah, I'm going to Ultra Ball away Iono and Boss. And get Bidoof. Attach for turn and pass.
Draw. Got a real nice looking opening hand with Techno Radar, Research, and Nest Ball. Jesse's only got a few cards in hand, so I'm going to favor the Research over Iono. Nest Ball. And let's see what we got going on. Miraidon EX is in the deck. I think I'm going to get this guy. And even though Iron Bundle is here, I'm going to favor just swinging into the Tina and then go for a one-hit KO on the Arceus VSTAR with my Miraidon EX. I think I can definitely win this if I just kind of get that turn 2 one-hit KO on Arceus. If I can do that, I think that I'm very favored. So that's going to be the game plan. I do have my Reboot Pod in the deck, and Radiant Greninja is here too. I need a couple of Crown. With Nest Ball, I'll grab Radiant Greninja, which goes straight to the bench. Bench Iron Crown EX and Techno Radar, discard Iron Leaves. With Techno Radar, I'll get another Iron Crown and Miraidon EX. Put those both onto my bench. Play Professor's Research. Discard my hand, draw 7. Attach EXP share to Miraidon EX. Fire Energy to my active. Okay. Accelerating Peak for 80. I'll get a Psychic and a Lightning and attach them both to my bench Miraidon EX.
And the flavor text on the second attack is you just can't attack next turn?
Yeah.
Okay. And the first attack was I do 60 plus 100 if I have damage counters on me?
That's right.
That's pretty good too. All right, draw for turn. Turo's an interesting top deck. So I could Turo, then just V-Star for double turbo and Bibarel. And I need to switch anyways, so honestly, I think this Turo is actually pretty good here. How much do I care about that, though? I think how many cards in hand?
5.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll play Professor Turo's Scenario to pick up this Giratina V and put it in my hand. And then I'll bench the Giratina V back on the bench. And then evolve to Arceus VSTAR and use Starbirth for double turbo and a Bibarel. Then off this Bibarel for 4, I would just like to get another Tina V. Nice. Evolve the Bibarel, attach double turbo, Industrious Incisors for 4. Nest Ball for Arceus V. Just debating on whether I want to do Squovet or not. No, I think I'm good. I will bench Squovet, and then I'll use Trinity Nova for 180 for the knockout, and then accelerate this is a hard choice because if I put him on Arceus V, I need to find the ace back. But if I put him on Tina, then all I got to do is find a V-Star. So I think it's probably better if I just put him on the Giratina. So I will attach two Psychics and a Grass to Giratina V.
Miraidon goes down. EXP share passes the energy back. And I'll promote Miraidon EX. Draw. Interesting. Let's go. Arvin. I just need to draw some more cards. Get some energy flowing, stuff like that. So being able to grab the EXP share is totally cool. I definitely need that card as well. So with Arvin, I'll grab Ultra Ball and EXP share. Attach EXP share. Bench Iron Crown EX. Techno Radar, discard Lost Vacuum. I'll get Miraidon and Iron Crown. And then Ultra Ball those two away. To get Mew EX. Play Super Rod. To shuffle back in Iron Leaves. And an Iron Crown and a Miraidon. Back in. would love to attach an energy this turn.
Onto Mew EX seems like it would be pretty good. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Switch card. EXP share to Mew EX. And restart for 3. Yikes.
Dang.
Yeah, I mean, an energy drop there makes a big difference.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Attack with Cyber Drive for 280 damage in the knockouts. We'll take 2 prizes.
Okay. I just need to find a Giratina VSTAR bare minimum here. So I'll promote Arceus V, draw for turn. And I'll play Switch. I think I would like to attach double turbo if possible. So I think I'll hold off on attaching an energy. I don't think that's being too greedy, because there's so much energy in the deck. I'm sure I'll at least just find another basic. So yeah, I will play Judge. Oh wait, it's fine. It's fine. I should have Squo vetted. I always forget about Squo vet, man. I'm not a real Arctina gamer. Like,
you could Squo vet.
I should have Squo vetted first though, because it would have been better to play like something like an Iono, because that sees me more cards.
You're fine. You can still Squo vet.
Yeah, I still can. It's fine, but I think I mean, if I could have redone it, then I would have done that. But it's all good. All right, draw 4. All right, we got a double turbo. That's pretty good. I'll attach double turbo to Arceus V, and then I'll Nestash. I just need a V-Star. Draw 1. Industrious Incisors to draw 4. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Now I'm missing a beat. That's not good. I will at least vacuum your experience share over there. You can't attack next turn, though.
I can't use...
I can't use...
Cyber Drive.
Cyber Drive. Okay.
I can do the first attack.
Oh, that's fine. You can do the first attack all you want. I'm not looking at your hand. I want to influence my decision here. Because there's an argument to retreating feels so bad, though. I think I just hit with Shred, honestly, and just call it a day. Then I can always clean it up with Arceus. Yeah. I'll use Shred for 160 damage.
Dude, he lived. What a sack.
Yikes.
Draw. Man, these hands.
This deck's broken.
These hands. That's fine. Cards in hand?
I have 3.
No boss B, bro.
Okay. Definitely never used that attack before.
Yes, Repulsor Bolt. Okay. And should I attack? Wait, should I boss? Hold on, let me think. Because if I just swing into the Tina, it's already there.
The damage kind of is irrelevant on the Tina, but then again, maybe it's just better to retreat and conserve your guy.
No, that's fine. All right. Repulsor Bolt.
So your boss back in the discard pile?
Yeah.
First, try to palm a boss.
Repulsor Bolt for 120 damage and the knockout.
Oh, whoa.
What?
I don't think that's what the attack does.
Does 120 because of...
Oh, because you're boosted. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
man.
actually pretty good. Okay.
Repulsor Bolt for 120 damage.
Yeah.
I'll take...
I always forget about these guys, you know.
My
the squad.
prize.
Yeah. I mean, they're taking up 3 bench spots. I would think they would do something. All right. Yeah, that's pretty good. I have a pretty good 3 cards here, so I'm going to promote Arceus V and draw. Attach Grass Energy, evolve to Arceus VSTAR, and play Iono. I get 5, you get 3. Nestball for Bidoof. Another Nestball. For an Arceus V. And then I'll use Trinity Nova for the knockout. Put 3 energy on an Arceus V, baby. Two prizes. Goodbye. Arceus
Promote
doing Arceus things.
Mew. I'll draw. Oh boy. Conceal cards. Future Booster Energy Capsule. Research. Man.
Uh-oh. There doesn't seem to be any energy on your board. Or a pink card in your hand.
Man. Or anything decent at all.
That A-spec that lets you get all your energy in play?
Yeah, I was like really
there.
liking the hand you put to the bottom of my deck, actually. Man.
I don't know be doing that.
Yeah, I think I like literally have nothing I can do. Let's attach Lightning to Mew EX. Retreat into Radiant Greninja. And pass.
Draw. I will boss your Mew EX.
And that is just game.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing to be done there.
Yep. Top deck that boss too.
I gotta say, this version of Future Box definitely felt worse without the shoes.
Oh, really? Just to give you that extra dig?
Yeah, because it felt
just
like
missing an energy there kind of like mess with your flow, you know?
well, you're missing like it, and that's
you have
the
to be
thing,
obviously
the
be
shoes,
able to chain knockouts. Yeah.
the shoes kind of help piece some stuff together. So this is the first version of the list I've tried without the shoes.
Yeah.
I do kind of like them. I mean, it just felt like I was playing my sport and was like, well, the Radiant Greninja is kind of nice, but it does feel like the deck is kind of trying to do a lot right now, and I feel like you just gotta kind of have to pare it down to exactly, maybe
For
what
like
it's best at.
one matchup. Like maybe like if Charizard and Goldengo are the two most popular decks, you just play the Iron Moth, you play the Leaves, and then you just try to beat those two decks. I don't know. Like that's what I don't know. It seems like it has a hard time dealing with Arceus in general. Like just being able to like stream attackers seems like the hardest part. And the fact that like Arceus used to struggle with basic EXs, but now you have that ability to just, be able to. I mean, you can churn through the deck with Bibarel and Squova to try to find that tool when you need it.
It's tough because
it's hard.
you're like in this spot, and I feel like the sport lineup's close to right. I mean, because it feels exactly like Miraidon felt. As far as building the deck goes, you know, like
sure.
you got like a couple Iono, a handful of research, maybe a couple Arvin, maybe a couple Judge.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of this like big basic deck.
That's kind of how Miraidon felt at first too, right?
That's exactly
you kind of
Miraidon,
struggled with streaming attackers, and then like a build was figured out to you were like so reliant on your generators, but yeah, I mean that deck's so reliant on its XP shares and the 1A spec, so I don't know.
I will say I like the bundle. I think the bundle is good.
Yeah, 100%.
I also, think that the deck just kind of needs to lean into being like a deck that attacks quickly with Miraidon and then streams attackers from there. But there's like random things that just happen, like in the middle of the game there, where I should have been able to just kind of like keep churning along.
I mean, how many energy do you play?
12.
Okay, that's fair.
It's a lot. It's like
I mean, you played a research,
I
and
know.
it's just like, where's your energy?
I know. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I play a lot. 12 seems like a lot. You shouldn't have to play more than 12, but maybe you do have to play more than 12.
I
It's
could
just-
say that Arceus is feeling pretty good. You know, it definitely is still doing. I mean, no surprise. I mean, the deck's already been proven in the past, but definitely seems like it has a nice little spot in the meta right now. It just does what you want it to do. It's a consistent beat stick deck, big dudes. The belt just fits perfectly in the deck. Judge is a very strong card. Bibarel is the best draw engine we have, so it's like that's just everything that Arceus has. But I also really think Charizard is up there too.
Let's
Do you want me
try.
to play Charizard, or do you want me to save that for next time?
Save that for next time. Do
Okay.
one more with Arctina. Let me play Ancient Box.
Okay.
And just see how that goes. I think that this should be kind of an interesting matchup. What did I take out of my Ancient Box
I
deck?
think that Charizard Bibarel deck is like so strong. I think that deck is like
Took a counter
if you go look at like City League results, if anybody's looked at City League results, like Charizard's just in the top 4 every time. Like every time.
Yeah, it is.
So it's just like there's got to be a reason for that. I was playing some test hands with the Bibarel Charizard. It definitely flows a lot better than the Pidgey version. Celebration Mew hurt the deck a lot more than I thought. Being able to see that extra item is like really vital, especially when you need to be playing multiple Buddy Poffins in the first turn, then you need multiple candies. Arven's not cutting it on its own. And you can't VIP pass because it's just harder to find your Rotom V. That's the biggest thing I found, because you need that Rotom V to draw you more cards and to be a Forest Seal Stone target. So like that's I think the thing that makes me kind of like the Evo Zard build better.
All right, Ancient Box about to be cracked. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Okay, this is it. Now this matchup, I do have what I've got my Slither Wing, but it only does 240 into an Arceus V-Stars. I can't want to KO Arceus V-Star.
Oh, what does it do? 120 and burns me?
Yeah.
So you're doing
260.
260?
Yeah.
Do you have any way to amplify that damage at all?
No. Nope.
I mean, if I don't heal from burn.
That's true.
I mean, yeah.
That's true.
That is actually very relevant.
It's true.
That would be the worst thing ever, getting KO'd going back into your turn. No, Slitherwing is not a future Pokemon. You cannot use Booster on it.
Right. A Brute Bonnet would
That
get
wouldn't
you to
fix
like.
it.
It doesn't
That
fix
wouldn't
it.
fix it.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. I mean, I feel like you just try to ramp up to 280 with your wings at the end,
Sure.
with your vengeful feathers at the end.
The Slitherwing can KO the basic Arceus Vs,
Yeah, it can.
which is good.
Right.
So.
That is good.
Do you opt to go second with that deck?
It's tough. I think I'm going to choose to go first.
Just because I'm playing Arceus, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's better just like if you like with the Arceus deck wanting to go first, you just go first so they can't go first.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. With here, it's something that I at least think about in other matchups, but in this matchup, we're definitely going
sure.
first. Tails.
I will go first. Yep.
Let me start a new prediction.
Yeah. I will take my mulligan.
Good luck.
You too. Draw for turn. Giratina VSTAR does not seem particularly useful against your deck, but I could get in there with a shred if I don't find another. If I don't find another Arceus V, then I guess it's fine to accelerate to that. So I'll bench Giratina V and attach. This is actually interesting. I have the gardenias in the grass in my hand, so I might actually switch. This is interesting, huh? Let's see if I attached there. No, that wouldn't work. Yeah, so I'll attach Jet Energy to Arceus V and pass.
Draw. All right. I've got a solid-looking opening hand with Nest Ball, Radiant Greninja, Roaring Moon, and just top-decked Professor Seta's Vitality. Play Earthen Vessel and discard Darkness Energy. I want to get 2 energy into the discard pile so that I can Seta to 2 different Pokemon, and thankfully my hand allows that. My A-Spec, the Drum of Awakening, is in here. It's great. With Earthen Vessel, I'll get a Darkness and a Fighting Energy. Put those into my hand. Bench Roaring Moon. Bench Radiant Greninja. Play Nest Ball. To get another Koraidon.
Dang, if you started that wing or the
Slitherwing?
No, it's not Slitherwing. If you started the Fluttermane, it would make it so I couldn't Starbirth.
That's true. That'd have been pretty funny. If I started Slitherwing, your Arceus be dead.
Oh yeah, that'd be bad.
Concealed cards. All right. Nest Ball. For a Roaring Moon. And play Professor Seta's Vitality to attach Darkness Energies to each of my Koraidon and draw 3 cards. Attach Fighting Energy. Attach Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Bench Koraidon. Primeval Battering for 150 damage.
Oh my. It's a lot of pressure. I'll draw for turn. Okay, this is kind of awkward. My draw support for turn is our Gardenia's Vigor. So I will play Gardenia's Vigor and draw 2 cards. And then I can attach up to 2 grass energies to my hand and my bench Pokemon. So I suppose I'll attach 1 to Giratina V. And then I'll play Nest Ball to go get a Pokemon. I'll get an Arceus V. Man, these got little guys are annoying. Oh
Yeah,
my goodness.
with the ancient
I don't know
booster
what I'm
energy
supposed to
capsule.
do.
With the
Oh, and
ancient booster energy capsule, you can't knock it out with a double
I
turbo.
mean, I think I have a plan, but if he fine if I just had a Arceus VSTAR, because then I could at least go get Vacuum. And then the next one would be able to do 200 damage, the next Arceus. But I do not have that. So I will attach a double turbo energy to... I think I have to attach to the active and Trinity Charge 3 to the Arceus V-Star, so I could one-shot your guy next turn. So kind of feels awkward to do. Oh, I have Vacuum in hand, actually. I just realized that. So I'll just attach double turbo to... Yeah, I actually will attach a double turbo to the active Arceus V. I don't think I'm going to evolve to the V-Star. I'm just going to Trinity Charge to attach up to 3 basic energy from my deck to my Pokemon V. So I'll get... I'll just get 3 grass to put on Arceus V on the bench. And your go.
Draw. Conceal cards. Huh. It's fine. Hisuian Heavy Ball. Oh, baby.
Hello, Slitherwing.
My wings. I'll take Slitherwing off of Hisuian Heavy Ball. And as much as I would like to attach this energy, I got to keep it because I'm not doing much right now. So I need to actually conceal cards to see more cards. Primeval Battering for 150 damage in the knockouts. I'll take 2 prizes.
Well, Arceus V and draw. Aha! Arceus V-Star. Let's go. Cards in hand?
I've got 7.
Okay. I'll play Judge. Might end up just V-starring for a couple basic Pokemon off this Judge, depending on what I draw. I'll use Starbirth. I think it's just going to be a 2 nest ball angle. Yeah, off Judge or off Starbirth, I will get 2 nest balls, and I'll just go ahead and play them both. Could just get the Pokemon, but I'd rather just thin the nest balls out of my deck. I'll get Arceus and a Bidoof. And then I will use Trinity Nova for the knockout for 200 damage. I'll just put 3 basic energy on Giratina V. Take 1 prize.
Giratina bites the dust.
One card that would help in this matchup, I saw a couple Arceus decks playing the Pokemon League headquarters as like a way to slow down some of these basic decks. So if you're struggling against this deck, you could always slide those into your deck.
It's true. Promotes Koraidon. Draw for turn. Got a nice little hand off of the Judge with a Sada's Vitality and Earthen Vessel. I think a mistake that JW was making when playing this deck against me yesterday is that JW was regularly filling his board. You don't want to do that. You want to fill your board to start and then slowly let everybody die until you just got 2 of these guys left so that you can hit 280. Or if you fill your board too wide, then you're not going to be able to hit those big numbers at the end of the game.
Oh, because you just want the ancient cards in your hand instead.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you can discard them. Excuse me. Got some bad allergies right now.
Rough.
So here I'm doing 120, and then the problem and the reason why I had to go that wide before was because 120 plus 150 is not a knockout.
Right.
So I have to do
that.
150, 150, right?
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of ancient cards in my discard pile right now. That's okay. I'm at 4. All right. Let's get cracking. Play Professor Sada's Vitality to attach a Fighting Energy and a Darkness Energy to my Pokemon and draw 3. That's my 5th. Trekking Shoes. Keep that. Like the Ultra Ball, just allows you to get more ancient cards into the discard pile. Would you like? Earthen Vessel, discard Nest Ball. And get 2 Darkness Energy. It's my 6th ancient card in the discard pile. Play Drum of Awakening, my ace spec, to draw 4 cards. Hisuian Heavy Ball. And I'll get that Slitherwing off of my prizes. I don't think I used concealed cards yet. I did not.
No.
No. Ultra Ball, discard Slitherwing and Koraidon. For Roaring Moon. Conceal cards. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to my active, and Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to my benched Moon. Attach Fighting Energy to my bench Roaring Moon, and now I've got, what, 9?
I believe so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Okay. Cool. With that, I'll Primeval Battering for 120 damage.
All right. Draw for turn. Ooh, Ultra Ball's a great top deck. I'm going to try to find Sharon's Care here. That's what I would like to see. I'm going to Ultra Ball away Giratina V and Iron Leaves EX to get Bibarel out of the deck and evolve. Oh, did I discard Sharon's earlier? Oh, I prized it. Dang it. So no Sharon's. That's okay. In that case, do I want Bibarel? Yeah, Bibarel's still good.
Did I misannounce my energy? Oh, well. I meant darkness energy. I meant dark energy.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, off Ultra Ball, I'll get Bibarel. And then I'll play Super Rod. You just put Iron Leaves back into the deck. I might want to use him later. Cards in hand.
6.
Attach for turn. And Iono. I get 5, you get 4. Bench Squovet. And use Nestash. Shuffle my hand to the bottom and draw 1. Follow up to Arceus VSTAR. Dusters and Incisors for 5. Nice. How much damage are you doing right now with the dude? You're doing
Be 11 in the discard.
160. So you have 11, so
180.
Oh, 180. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I will Capturing Aroma. Heads. Get a Giratina V-Star. Lost Vacuum. That one on the bench, the tool on the bench.
Not cool, bro.
Yeah. Play switch. And Trinity Nova for 200 for the knockout.
Koraidon goes down.
And I won't accelerate any.
Excuse me, guys.
Got some work to do. Hate playing against one prize decks. They take forever to beat.
They really do.
They only be giving up one prize.
Koraidon goes down. Jesse takes prize. I'll promote my Roaring Moon and draw. Great top deck for me there. Sada's Vitality, just in time. Play Professor Sada's Vitality to attach darkness energy from my discard pile to each of my moon. Puts me up to 10 ancient cards in the discard pile. I'll draw 3. Trekking shoes. I'll discard Sata's Vitality. Put Artisan into play and use it. Conceal cards. Let's see, what am I at?
I lost track.
Me too.
I think you're at about 10. You might be 11.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Oh,
13.
oh, okay.
Cool. With 13 ancient cards in the discard pile, I'll use Vengeful Feathers for 200 damage.
I need more dice. Okay, draw. Okay, Artisan. You have how many in hand? You have
7.
7. So I'll fail that. I'm trying to decide if it's worth it for me to use Iron Leaves here. I could go Iron Leaves plus Boss on Raiding Greninja to limit your ancient cards and Pokemon in the discard pile. But then all you need is 2 more, so I feel like you probably can get there. So I think it's probably better just for me to play for the Iono. But I might as well just attack with this guy. I'll bench Iron Leaves EX and use Rapid Verniers to move energy to it. Actually think I'll move 2 off this Arceus and 1 off this Arceus. Yeah. Skirt. I'll evolve to Arceus VSTAR. And then I'll use Nestash. Draw 1. Industrious Incisors for 4. Duh. I wanted an Iono there. It's all good. I also wanted to attach to Giratina, but it's all good. Yeah, it's going to be a Leaf Attack, whatever it's called.
It's... I should know this. I started playing that. Prismatic Edge.
Okay. And I'll use Prismatic Edge for 360 damage for the knockout.
Yeah. Roaring Moon bites the dust. Promotes Roaring Moon backup. Draw. Artisan real quick. I'm checking my deck. I've got Darkness Energy and Earthen Vessel in the deck. All I need to do is just stream Darkness Energy attachments, and I should be able to win. So, I did ditch the Sada, which in hindsight would be good this turn. But I wanted to get more ancient cards in the discard pile. So, that's what I did. Artisan, I'll get Roaring Moon, which goes to the bench. Play Super Rod to put 2 darkness and a fighting energy. To put 2 darkness and a fighting energy back into the deck. So I'm at what, 14 in the zone now. Okay. Or 14 in the discard.
Yeah.
Cool. Explorer's Guidance. I get to look at the top 6 cards of my deck. And I keep 2, discard the rest. Keep Darkness Energy and Earthen Vessel, discard these. Attach Darkness Energy to Roaring Moon. Earthen Vessel to discard Slitherwing.
Oh, snap.
And fail that. Okay. So is this correct? Should be?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Cool.
Can you double check me?
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18. So we're doing 250.
Yes, sir.
Oh boy, oh boy. Sure. Vengeful Feathers for the knockouts. I'll take 2 prizes.
I did find Sharon's Care off my prizes, but it's too late for me to use it since I don't have another Arceus V on the bench. So the way I win this game is that I Iono you and you don't find a Dark Energy. So that's what we'd have to do. I'll promote an Arceus VSTAR and draw. Play Nest Ball. Fail the Nest Ball. Ultra Ball away, Bibarel, and Jet Energy. And search out a Arceus V-Star. And then Ultra Ball away, Judge, and Arceus V-Star. And I'll fail. Just need him to whiff a dark for 2 turns.
No sweat.
Easy. Easy peasy. Nestash. Industrious Incisors for 4. Capturing Aroma. Heads. Fail it. Shuffle. Well, let me see. Yeah, shuffle. Attach double turbo to Giratina VSTAR and Iono.
Okay, just 2 cards.
Attach Max Belt, which does nothing against your deck. Use Artisan to shuffle my deck. And Trinity Nova for the knockout. I guess the Artisan didn't matter if I was just going to trade the Nova.
Moon goes down. Promote backup Moon. Draw. Darkness Energy. Vengeful Feathers for knockout and game. GG.
Good game.
GGs.
Good game. Okay, the ancient deck there. That's really annoying for Arceus to deal with. Like, I think I would go for a different line of play. I think what's probably better for me is if I try to attack with the I think I should try to attack with Arceus first, obviously, and then go into the Iron Leaves because you're probably not up to 220 damage at that point. Go into Iron Leaves, attack with that, and then go back into my Arceus and just try to like have as many Arceus out as possible, so I can like keep trying to give you like fresh two-prize Pokemon.
Well-timed Sharon's Care would be really good.
Yeah, well-timed Sharon's Care,
Yeah.
and that would allow for that as well. I mean, the only reason I had Giratina there is because I started it, but
Right.
yeah, I think that's probably what I would do. And the nice thing is to even I guess you're not attacking with the Roaring Moon early because it's weak to Grass, so that the tool doesn't matter against the Iron Leaves EX. But yeah, that's definitely puts on a lot of pressure against these types of decks.
It does. And just the fact that you can control the way the prizes shake down in the match, since you're only offering up one at a time, feels really good. Your guys are bulky, annoying to have to knock out turn after turn. So I do think I like this deck. It's growing on me. I'm definitely kind of seeing the vision with the Ancient Box deck.
Yeah.
Going into game 2, do you think you want to go first or second?
I will go first.
I think that makes sense.
Yep.
And hopefully I can get another turn 1 attack.
No.
I almost shot myself in the foot by discarding the Sada at the end of the game there. It was my last Sada. I thought this deck played Palpad. It doesn't.
Oh.
But it's all good. You definitely have just enough resources to win with this deck. It's like there's nothing extra. No extra frills. It is just enough.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Draw for turn. Play Nest Ball. Just want to see how many Arceus guys. I have the Iron Leaves. Where are my V-Stars?
Is there no Arceus V-Stars?
I prized them all, bruh.
Oh, well, then we'll just re-roll real quick. Yeah, re-roll, bro. Wait, I gotta... just re-roll, bro.
I'll take the L. Listen, it's fine.
Let's go!
I'll take the L.
Nah, bro, you're playing.
All right,
We're
all
getting
right,
content, bro. Content.
All
Let's freaking go! Three V-Stars. Oh, man, you hate to see that.
Can't say I've ever done that.
That is statistically unlikely.
Yeah.
The thing I don't like about playing a Roaring Moon EX in the Dino Box deck is that, first of all, you might start it. You don't want to do that. Second of all, this deck doesn't really play any switch cards. It's got no free retreater. It's got no way, like, in order for you to get Dark Patch, Sada, attack with Roaring Moon EX, you also have to have a retreat. It's just like,
Yeah,
so then you have to play switch cards, right? So you're having to play all these cards that are not ancient cards. So
I mean, it's a one prize deck. I don't know why you'd want to
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it seems fine against decks like this, like these beefy guys. You just two-shot them. I mean,
Yep.
Charizard might be kind of hard to
You
two-shot,
just you
but
just try to two-shot them. Yep.
yeah. It's like Reggie's.
It is like Reggie's.
I have a basic. Take my mulligan.
Good luck.
You too. Draw. I'll play Ultra Ball, discarding Gardenias and Giratina VSTAR. Okay, I have at least one VSTAR in the deck. That's good. Love to see it. 2 Bibarels. Cool. Got the Sharons in there too. All right, off Ultra Ball, I will get an Arceus V. Attach double turbo and pass.
Draw. Nice top deck. Top decked the Sada's Vitality, so that's really good for me, as it means that I'll get to draw a few more cards, potentially get a turn 1 attack, knock out on the Squovit maybe. Start with Hisuian Heavy Ball. See what we got in the old prize cards. Just some of these Flutter Mane, which is fine. They're not super useful in this matchup, but I'll take one.
What do you mean, man? You can stop my Nest Stash.
I could. But then you could, switch to the bench and then use it.
True.
We'll put out Artisan and use it. Kind of want to thin the deck first, because I want to find energy and supporters off of my Radiant Greninja and my Sada. With Artisan, I'll get Koraidon, which goes straight to my bench. Bench Radiant Greninja, concealed cards. Sada's Vitality. Attach a Fighting to my Koraidon and draw 3. Bench Roaring Moon. Oh boy. Attach Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to my active Koraidon. Bench Flutter Mane. Drum of Awakening.
Yo.
Draw 4. Trekking Shoes. Attach Darkness Energy to Koraidon. Ultra Ball, discarding 2 Ancient Booster Energy Capsules. To get a Roaring Moon.
I'll put the counter right here so I can control it for you.
I gotta keep it here for consistency. But I appreciate it. It can't move mid-set, bro. 4. Yeah. Okay. Primeval Battering for 150 damage in the knockouts.
Draw for turn. I'll use Artisan. To get a Bidoof. Oh, let me make sure. Okay. It's a really important card I wanted to make sure was in that deck. The deck. Attach for turn to Arceus V and Iono. Arceus VSTAR and Starbirth. For Lost Vacuum and an Arceus V. I'll bench Arceus V. Let's see boss being terribly important in this matchup. So I'll Lost Vacuum your Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. And then I'll use Trinity Nova for the knockout. And attach a Psychic and 2 Grass to my benched Arceus V.
Promote. You lost owning the boss. I'm like, all right, maybe he doesn't have a boss. It doesn't look like
assessment.
Doesn't look like I'll have a say to this turn.
Uh-oh.
Which is okay. Promote Fluttermane and draw. Maybe I do. That's fine. Taking a turn off is fine. That way you can go back ahead on prizes and I can go behind, which allows me to use counter catcher and stuff. So that's good. Conceal cards. Wow. Thank you, Jesse. Use Artisan. Play Sada's Vitality to attach Fighting Energy and a Darkness Energy from my discard pile to my Ancient Pokemon and draw 3. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Earthen Vessel to discard Slitherwing. Put me up to 8. We'll get 2 Darkness Energy. Conceal cards. Retreat into Koridon.
You didn't concealed cards into the SADA? I thought I concealed cards into the SADA. Right?
Oh, I may have. Did I?
I think so. Or was that a trekking shoes that you played?
Trekking shoes, right? Did I conceal cards?
I
already?
remember because you were like, oh yeah. You were like, oh great.
I know, right? Did I? It's cool. Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Cool. All right, cool. All right, rewind that, and we're chilling. Okay. Attach to Koridon and Primeval Battering for 150 damage.
Okay, draw for turn. Ooh, a Bibarel. Don't mind if I do. I will use Artisan to get another Bidoof. And I think I'm going back in because I'm going to play this Judge. I'll attach... I'll attach a Grass Energy to Arceus VSTAR and then play Judge. So I'm looking for either an Iron Leaves EX. Oh no, that doesn't get there actually. Iron Leaves EX would not get there. So I just need an Arceus VSTAR. Yeah.
For each.
Okay. Ultra Ball away, Iono and Super Rod for Arceus VSTAR. And now I would like another Arceus V. Industrious Incisors for 4. I think I'll save this Capturing Roller for next turn. I'll bench Arceus V and retreat because I need to be able to do 200 damage. And Trinity Nova for 200 for the knockout.
Yep.
And put 2 Grass and a Psychic onto this benched Arceus V. Actually, 2 Grass. Do I want to put one on here? You're out of your tools, so yeah. I'll put 2 Grass and a Psychic onto Arceus V.
Promote Roaring Moon. Draw. Use Artisan. To get Roaring Moon. And let's do a Pokegear. Swing and a miss. That's fine. Try again. Take Sada's Vitality. Cards in hand.
5.
It's tough. Oh, you are? You're winning now. That's cool.
That is pretty cool.
Play Sada's Vitality to attach Darkness Energy to my active and my bench Roaring Moon, and draw 3 cards. Nice. Earthen Vessel, discard Slitherwing. Get a Fighting and a Darkness Energy. Conceal cards. Hisuian Heavy Ball. Take Fluttermane. Yep, 13, 200 damage. Okay. Use Counter Catcher on Arceus VSTAR. Attach Darkness from hand to Roaring Moon. Vengeful Feathers for 200 damage and the knockouts. I'll take 2 prizes.
Okay. Promote, draw. Capturing Aroma. Oh, yeah. Tails. I'll just fail it and then play Nest Ball. Fail that as well. Cards in hand.
I've got 7.
Attach Double Turbo and Iono. Bibrel for 1. Play Nest Ball. Fail. Trinity Nova for the knockout.
Okay, Roaring Moon goes down.
Just keep the energy in the deck. Yeah, just keep it in the deck.
Promote Roaring Moon. Draw. Sada's Vitality. to attach those energy from my discard pile to my moons and draw 3. Trekking shoes. Oh boy, let's see. Keep it. Conceal cards. Trekking shoes. Attach for turn. Let's see, how many cards left? Artisan. Okay. Fail it. Super Rod, I think. Can't Super Rod yet. Never mind. Never mind on the Super Rod.
Cool.
I take it back.
That's fine.
$160. Okay. Cool. Vengeful Feathers for 230 damage.
My brain doesn't work. There we go. Draw. Okay. You have how many in hand? You have a lot.
6.
I think I would go for the Iono here if I had my third VSTAR in deck, but I do not. So I think I will just play this Turo. Yeah. Then hope he can't get up to 280. I think that's what I got to do. So, be really nice to have Squovid in deck so I could put these energies back in the deck, but it should be fine. I'm just thinking if I could play my hand down. I will switch. At this point, it doesn't matter if this is on the bench, so I will just bench this, not use the ability. And then Bibarel for 1. Ultra Ball for Bibarel. I do still have 2 energy in the deck, so. Use Industrial Synthesizer again for 3. Attach Maximum Belt. I'll play Turo.
Ugh.
Bench Arceus V. Attach for turn. Evolve to VSTAR. Trinity Nova for the knockout. Take a prize.
All right, Moon hits the bin, and Jesse is up. Promote Roaring Moon and draw. Okay. Here we go. Explorer's Guidance.
Oh, man. That was a mistake. I made a game-losing error. It's all good.
Discard these. Keep these.
No, I'm not out of energy, but I am out of Iono. But if he gets the one-shot on this, then it doesn't matter anyways. I would have still lost. But if he missed it, then I would have wanted to Iono him. But I thought I still had one more left. I discarded it. I didn't need to. I could have just played the Turo. I didn't need the Sharons there.
Okay. Got 18. Play Super Rod. And I'm going to shuffle 3 Darkness Energy back into my deck.
Yep.
Earthen Vessel, discard Koraidon.
You just need one more, right?
I'm going to counter catch this turn.
Ah. Well, like I said, an Iono would be nice to have if you miss it and go for the counter catcher. That's okay.
Earthen Vessel for 2 Darkness Energy. Attach 1 to my benched Moon. Counter catcher Beaverell with the double turbo energy. Yeah, so then one more. Cool. Vengeful Feathers for 270 damage. And the knockouts.
Draw. I can't Gust stall. I know you have the other energy in hand because you just vesseled for 2. I'll use Artisan. You have how? So if that goes in, you'll be doing 280, right?
That's right.
I mean, I could find the judge.
You could.
I'll fail.
Or you boss the ninja. Force me to get another ancient card in the discard pile.
That's true, but I like judging better.
Judge is probably better.
Bench. Jet Energy. Switch back into Arceus. Industrious Incisors for 4. Drat. Boss it is. I will boss up Radiant Greninja. I'll play Ultra Ball, fail it. And then I'll Trinity Nova for the knockout and not accelerate any energy.
And you keep me at just 2. You keep me at just 20 ancient cards in the discard pile, meaning I need to get 1 more into the bin. I've got Explorer's Guidance. Keep 2, discard the rest. Discard 2 more ancient cards. And then, what? So if we do +3 to the, hold on, math, +3, 5, 230. Vengeful Feathers for 300 damage. And that's game.
It's pretty good, man.
GG's.
Pretty good. My last prize
GG's.
was the last Arceus V-Star. I really need like all my Arceus V-Stars in this matchup. Like I
Yeah.
need to be able to keep rotating between them. Otherwise, that happens. So I need you to miss a beat. And you did not miss a beat. So
It
yeah,
felt a little weird taking too much of a lead in this deck. You kind of
yeah, you can't like you counter catching there. Like if I can Iono you to 1 and you miss the energy, like that's how I win there. Like
exactly.
it doesn't feel good to go down the 1, but at
No.
the same time, if you're not one-shotting me, then you have to take a knockout one way
Yeah.
or the other. So, well, you did knock out the Bibarel, so you would be going down to 2. So that was heads up. You
Yeah,
definitely
and
don't wanna
that's
go down
what
to
you
1.
want to do, right?
Because then you could counter catcher another thing
exactly,
next turn. Yeah.
exactly,
That's good.
exactly. So I think somewhere in the middle of that game, I probably the turn I promoted the Fluttermane, I should have either committed to not attacking that turn or promoted an attacker or committed to attacking. I think promoting the Fluttermane and having to retreat it did put me in a little bit of a weird spot with my energy, since I did get just a Seda for 1 on turn 1, and then I got a Seda for just, and then had to retreat an energy off Seda. So I did have to max out every single energy attachment, every single Seda, all that. But it still had just enough to finish the game.
Yeah,
So
and
it was fine. It just made it very close.
Right, yeah, and I mean, yeah, that showcased the Dino box pretty good. I mean,
I
the
agree.
the tools being very relevant, forcing me to have a vacuum or an Arceus without a double turbo, and
Vengeful
then
Feathers getting to 300 at the end of the game.
using the Koraidons early, and then the Roaring Moons after that. Like that seems like just what you want to do with that kind of deck. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this deck is fun. It's fun. It's neat. It's a lot better than I originally gave it credit for. I will concede that this deck definitely has some stuff going on. Roaring Moon can hit up to 300 damage at the end of the game. At the end of the game, I mean,
That's crazy.
yeah, I mean, really, once you've kind of pared down your whole deck to just the final pieces,
Yeah.
you can hit those big numbers. And I'm sure you could construct the deck in a way that maybe you could even deal over 300. I think 300 there is probably the biggest I've ever hit. But
yeah, I think that's plenty.
it was pretty sick. Yeah, it was
Getting to
honestly pretty
280,
sick.
I think, is definitely where you want to be with that. And I was even thinking like, what if you played like a Defiance band seems really good, because it seems like getting to 250-ish is pretty easy to do. Like not easy, but you can feasibly get there. Getting up to that 280 seems like kind of hard to do sometimes. So like the Defiance band would get you up to that 280.
It's
which,
true.
I mean that's just a thought. But then you don't have the ancient tool attached. So yeah, but yeah,
it's a little bit of a difficult deck. It's a little bit of a difficult deck to navigate.
Yeah, you have a lot of moving parts.
Yeah. It's tough to navigate because you're always playing from behind.
Yeah.
You're relying on every single energy attachment. Your resources really get down to the bare minimum at the end of the game. Sometimes there's only enough energy to finish the game exactly. Like the turn I tried to play Rod preemptively, I was like, I actually can't.
No.
Because I'm only rodding 1 darkness back in, and I'll need 2 to attack. And I prized 1. So I was like, all right, well, if my dark is one of my last prizes, then I'll lose. So I need to save it, then rod.
Yeah. I think for me, I mean, it looks really simple just looking at a deck list, because it's just you just a bunch of basics and you attack with the basics, but there actually is more to it than that. I think I maybe could have saved my super rod there. I used it to pretty much a meaningless super rod. I think maybe if I would realize my other Arceus was prize, I should have saved that super rod. But yeah, this definitely was an interesting matchup for sure.
It was GG's. Had a lot of fun showing off these new decks today. Thank you so much for joining us, and thanks again for coming by, Jesse.
Yes, of course.
You all take it easy and have a good one. I'll be back tomorrow with even more tabletop temporal forces gameplay. Joe Cornell is going to be swinging by the studio, so amped about that. I will see you all tomorrow with even more new decks to show off. Y'all take it easy and have a good one.
Peace.
See ya.